everyone. Welcome back to With Infinite Love. My name is Kalila, and this is going to be a reading today all about what people love about you. So, I do finally have my camera set up. So, this is going to be a learning experience for me. So please bear with me. But I'm very excited about this today. We're just going to hype you up and tell you all the great things about yourself. We have 4 piles. This is the Threads of Fate Weaver Journeyer Tarot with the Red Aventurine stone for group 1. Group 2 is the Gilded Tarot with the Green Aventurine, which just has this lovely little golden brown going through it that I really enjoy. Group 3 is the Alleyman's Tarot with this Lepidolite. So that is going to be fun. And then group 4 has the Literary Tarot with this Tiger's Eye. So go ahead and pause if you need more time and choose which pile calls to you most. And I will see you in your reading. Hi, Group 1. Welcome to your reading. If you chose the Threads of Fate's Journeyer edition of the Weaver Tarot and this Red Aventurine stone, then this is your reading. So just quickly, a little bit about Red Aventurine. It is a stone of vitality, creativity, sexuality, strength, determination, mental alertness, and alignment with your highest path. If that describes you, welcome. Glad to have you. That's just delightful energy. Works with the root, the sacral, and the third eye chakras. So we're going to leave that there for now. And I will put your stone over here. Oh, did you want to see? I don't know. I know this is important to some people. I don't usually think of it, but we're working on it. So I'm going to put that over here and start with your reading. We're going to start with a quick energy check. Make sure that you are in the right spot. So this is going to tell me a little bit about you, and then we'll get into the things that people love about you. So, Spirit, please tap me in to the energies of everyone who is going to choose group 1, either now or in the future. And help me be a clear channel for group 1. All right, I hope that's not too loud. I'm going to have to get a cloth or something to make this different. All right. I did shuffle your cards a little bit before the reading, but I'm doing it on camera because I know you guys like to see that sometimes too. So, Spirit, let's do an energy check. Tell me, who is group 1? Who is group 1? Who is group 1? Who is group 1? Give me a card to tell me about the energy that group 1 is in. At the time of this reading, I'm a little bit of a klutz today, but I suppose that is to be expected with all of the things going on. If you are watching this in real time, we've got Mercury retrograde and eclipses and Neptune and Saturn conjunction and Aries and all sorts of things. So, wait, was that one? Is this the one to come out, Spirit? 9 of Swords. Are you worried about something? Are you anxious, group 1? What's keeping you up at night? Well, are these for you? I think they might be. The 3 of Coins and the 8 of Swords. Are you having work trouble? 3 of Coins is usually a card of work and collaboration. Maybe you're having trouble in some groups. And the 8 of Swords is telling me that you feel trapped. So that's interesting. Let's see. So yeah, I can see why that would be keeping you up at night, that's for sure. Tell me a little bit more about my group ones. What energy are they in right now? Who is group one? What's going on for them? Is this Five of Wands, competition. All right, all right. We have the Ace of Wands. So you're looking for a new beginning because you want to become the Sovereign of Coins. It's the Queen of Pentacles. So you're trying to be the embodiment of Earth energy. You have a new start coming because this seems to me like you have been going through it at work. It's giving you a lot of anxiety, maybe a lot of competition with coworkers or something. And so you're looking to have a new beginning. Is there anything else here that would indicate who my group ones are, Spirit? Anything else about group one? It's too many. Well, we'll just look at them briefly. They all came out in reverse. So it's the Two of Wands in reverse, Judgment in reverse, the Sun in reverse. This is still like blocked. You're not knowing what to manifest. The Judgment in reverse. There could be a truth that you're avoiding with that. Or you're fighting some kind of karmic lesson that you're supposed to be learning. And the Sun in reverse. I mean, the Sun is the happiest card, so in reverse, it's not like the end of the world. But I think this energy is blocking your happiness, and that's why you're looking for a new beginning. Okay, well, we're going to start your new beginning by hyping you up today. So I'm going to put these back in the deck and reshuffle. And we will learn more. So we're going to start with family and friends. We're going to find out what your family and friends love about you. That one's supposed to come out, or did that? Was that in? Yeah, I think that's yours. Eight of Wands. Nice. All right. So, Spirit, what does group one's family, got over there, so we have family and friends, closest people to them in their private inner circle, what do these people just love about my group ones? Tell me all about what they love about group one. We'll see if that comes back out, because I'm not sure which card that was. What do their family and friends absolutely love about group one? Tell me. Is this you? I think that's you, the Ruler of Cups. That's the King of Cups in this deck. It's a gender neutral deck, which we love because there is really no need to genderize everything. I know it's popular right now, but anyway, it's all about energy. So, tell me, what do my group one's family and friends love about group one? Okay, that's the second time I've seen that, so we're going to put that there. Seven of Wands. I'm not really taking reversals today unless it's really indicated. So, tell me more, Spirit. Tell me more about what Group 1's family and friends love about Group 1. Their inner circle. What does their inner circle love about them? And tell me more about this Eight of Wands. What is this Eight of Wands about, Spirit? Oh. Yep. Bunch of things hitting the floor. Okay, that was too many. So tell me about this Eight of Wands. Spirit, please. Eight of Wands. Rapid forward movement, rapid communication. The Fool. Nice. Nice. Ruler of Cups, King of Cups. The Six of Cups. Cool. You might have Cancer in your chart. It's possible you also have Aquarius. You have fire and earth also out here. Water in general, but Two of Coins. Is this for Two of Coins? The Seeker of Wands. This is the Page of Wands. And for the Seven of Wands, Spirit, one more card. This one. Queen of Cups. Nice. Okay. Let's take a look. So for your family and friends, sorry, these are just not going to be super on a grid. It's just not the vibe. I think your family and friends really see that you go for it. Like when you see something you want, you really go for it with this Eight of Wands. Like this is it's got, I don't know if you can see the kind of the ram's horns here. So this is giving Aries to me. This is someone who does not let nonsense hold them back, and they really go for whatever they want. Very powerful energy of being a go-getter. Then your Ruler of Cups here is someone who has really mastered their emotions and knows how to lead with their heart and their head. Like this is a very balanced, emotionally mature energy. So I think they do believe that you are someone who takes care of your own emotions as well as being able to manage the emotions of others as needed. Like, not that you're taking on energy that's not yours, but I mean, as far as you don't get overwhelmed by other people's energy. You've learned how to stay in your own energy when other people are not as in control of their emotions as maybe they could be. I think that's not something you take on. I think you've learned that lesson. The Two of Coins tells me that your family and friends see how much you delegate, how much you can juggle, how well you handle your life. Like some of this energy to me is it's giving parent energy. It's giving, I don't melt down when my kids do, but I know how to juggle all of the scheduling things that we have, but I'm still being a boss in my life and going after what I want. Seven of Wands is a card of standing your ground. It can be a defensive energy, but this is something that you have fought for and to get to this place, and now you're defending your position. And so I think they really see how you stand up for what you've built, the life that you have built, and that you are very um, this is someone who has really created a life that works, and you're not going to let anybody come in and mess with that. And I love that. So for the Eight of Wands, we got that with the Fool. It's the only major arcana on the table here. But the Fool is not afraid to take a leap of faith, knows how to start a journey. This is starting a journey, even though you don't know where it's going to take you. And we saw a little bit of that in your energy check. So if that part with the Ace of Coins that came out in your energy, or was the Ace of Wands, one of the aces that came out in your energy check, I think that's what we're seeing here, is that they're seeing you prepare for a new beginning, and you're going into it fearlessly with this Eight of Wands and the Fool. The Six of Cups here with the Ruler of Cups. The Six of Cups is a card of nostalgia, uh, of children and innocence. And really, I think this, or again, I think this is part of what's giving me parent vibes with these two together. But I think you do know how to connect well with children, with your own inner child, with with good memories from the past. I think you have a really balanced way of being this epic leader, but also knowing how to have fun, how to tap into your inner child, and really, really, like, you haven't lost sight of the innocence and the joy um, that childlike energy brings. It's a very sweet kind of energy that your family and friends are seeing in you. Two of Coins with the Page of Wands. This is another energy of of adventure, of going out there and ready to conquer the world, knowing that you're going to have things you're going to have to face, um, but ready to do it, and ready to learn everything that's going to come up your way. I think you're feeling here again. We have a lot of that energy with the Eight of Wands, the Fool, the Seeker of Wands. And then we have the Sovereign of Cups, which is the Queen of Cups in this one. So yeah, this is just wildly emotionally mature energy, and they are seeing you in this nurturing energy. That, like, yes, you can take the lead, both in your inner emotional world and in your outer emotional world. You know how to manage both of those things. And so, yeah, look at you. Your family and friends just absolutely think that you are doing amazing at life, and they are excited for your new beginning. Cool. All right, so let's find out about, let's go a little bit more intimate and learn about your partner or romantic interest, or wherever you are in more intimate one-on-one relationships, specifically love interests. So if that does not apply to you, you can ignore this part of the reading, go get a snack and come back. But we're going to find out what either your current partner or your romantic interests, like people who are interested in you for romantic and spicy activities, what do they love about you? What do my group ones romantic interests love about them? We're just going to shorten it to that because I can't keep doing the whole paragraph. You know what we mean. The people who are romantically interested in group one, what do they love about them? Ooh. Two aces. Nice. What does what does my group one's romantic interests? People who are romantically and physically interested in group one, what do they love about them? There's a card I keep seeing. We're going to see if it comes out. If it doesn't, I'll tell you about it. But I have a feeling that it's going to try to come out. Okay, don't freak out about the 5 of coins here. We will get to it. Whoa, that's too many, Spirit. Eek. I'll take this one. Dropping things on the floor again. In some ways, I think it would be easier if I did this like other readers and like layered them, except that I know I would get visually overstimulated by that. So, all right, I'm taking it because I keep saying it. We're putting the levers out here. The people who are romantically interested, there's that again, in group one. Tell me what they love. Tell me what they love about them. Don't, this, I know it looks intimidating. It's not. It's totally not. I think, yes. Okay, I think that's that. So, all right, let's talk about it. The people who are romantically interested in you, group one. Ace of Swords and the Ace of Cups, and they both came out together. So I'm not going to go too far in this direction, but it's possible that you might have a kind of a switch type energy. If that resonates, then take it. If that confuses you, you can absolutely leave it. If that is not apply at all, then just ignore it. It's totally fine. But regardless, the Ace of Swords is a truth teller. Ace of Cups is, these are both usually indicate like new cycles in love. And so it is the beginning of a journey kind of energy. And I think the people who are romantically connected to or interested in you, they see you as someone who does try to tell the truth, and they love that about you. Obviously, that's what we're asking, right? They love how you're trying to bring clarity to every situation. They love that so for the Ace of Cups, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. This is, to me, this is someone who has a beginner's mind about their emotions. It's not a cynical energy. It's gonna have to stop shaking my table. I'm so sorry. It's not a cynical energy. It's the opposite of that. This is someone who believes in all of the romantic emotional possibilities. I think there is, in a way, a certain innocence and availability. Maybe that's it. That's the word I've been looking for. I think you are very emotionally available for the adventures that come towards you in life. With the lovers, like I said, it didn't flip over, but it kept showing up. And so I knew it needed to be on the table. So, you know, the lovers is the big epic romance card of the tarot. This is this is long-term energy, whether you're in that stage of your life or not. This is the people who are romantically interested in you do see you as, you know, as long-term partner material for whatever gender you are. You know, people like to say wifey, but I'm not making those assumptions, because there's a lot of different ways to have long-term romantic relationships, but they are seeing you as someone who they can see, you know, the whole shebang with, doing life with. This is, you know, spiritual soul level kind of soulmate vibes. And so they are seeing you in that way. This ruler of cups, which we had in the last spread, again, they see you in this beginner's mind, but not in a naive way. This is in a mastery way, in the ways that once you've really come into like full mastery of anything, you know how to be in the energy of the beginning of that. And I'm not sure that was coherent. Is there a better way for me to say that, Spirit? They're like, they get it. They get it. So yeah, it's like if you can't teach beginners, then you don't really know your subject, kind of a thing, I guess. So okay, let's talk about this Five of Coins and the Death card, because I know these are not cards that you necessarily expect to see in a What They Love About You reading. What this is telling me is that you have gone through it. You have lost things that were important to you in your life, and the people who are romantically attached to you or interested in you, they know this and they've seen you transform that. And they love that about you, that you are able to pick up the pieces after losing everything. There's like, this is, I'm getting emotional for some reason. This is what they really respect about you. This is what they see in you that makes them go, they're kind of in awe, I will say. Whew, sorry. Sometimes some of this energy gets really intense. It's like they don't know how you did it. And but this just, they kind of are going to putting you on a pedestal for that. So and then okay, so yeah, so the Six of Wands then is victory. It's public victory, and that might be connected to this. I think whether it is or not, the people who are romantically interested in you, if you they they want the world to see how great you are. They are so incredibly proud of you. They kind of have you on a pedestal. They want everyone to have you on a pedestal because they just think that your victory over this was so cool that everyone should know about it, and they're just happy to be seen with you because you are so awesome. And then that is coming out together with the Hanged One, which is a card of gaining new perspective. And so I think you give them a new perspective on life that they were not even aware that people could have. And I think you open up their mind and show them a different way of being. Like, the people who are romantically interested feel transformed just by knowing you. And that's just so cool. And I'm going to try not to cry right now. But yeah. Oh, I love this energy for you. So we're going to move on now, and we're going to talk about colleagues and work and what the people at work think that I love about you. I just think is so awesome about you. So let's do that. Let me make sure this is still recording. Yes, it is. Yeah. So tell me about Group One's colleagues. What do Group One's colleagues love about Group One? What do Group One's colleagues love about Group One? What do Group One's colleagues love about Group One? Tell me about Group One's colleagues. What do they love about Group One? Group One's colleagues don't want to talk about you. There's that again. What do Group One's colleagues? Oh, are these for this? Yeah. Okay. What do Group One's colleagues love about Group One? Admire, respect. Tell me what Group One's colleagues love about Group One. What do we have? Well, 3 came out. What order these could go in? This goes here. Okay. Okay, let's talk about it. So, the first card you got was the Six of Swords, which is moving on after conflict. And I do think we saw some of that in your energy check. I think that your colleagues are seeing this too, for in whatever way that they can. I mean, they're not in your head, but there's probably something going on where they're aware that you are moving on after something, some kind of conflict at work. And so they're seeing that and they're actually admiring you for being able to, for not staying stuck. They know you're taking care of yourself, and they might not tell you this here with the moon. They will not be revealing this at all. But I think they are seeing you as someone who knows when to leave a situation that's not serving them. Um, we got the Lovers again, which in this context, I'm taking in the more traditional sense of the Lovers when it was about a choice. And I do think that your colleagues are seeing you choose between 2 options that are going to take you in vastly different directions. Like that is like the original meaning of the Lovers card was mostly about a life-changing decision between 2 options. And so you're leaving, like they're acknowledging the courage that it takes to go in a new direction in whatever way you have decided to do that. With the moon, I think your colleagues, it's possible that you're a very private person and they don't really know much about your personal life, so they have to make a lot of guesses about that. Like they don't feel like they really ever know you outside of work. Because the Three of Cups is a celebration card. And so it might be that you don't go out for drinks after work. You don't do the socialization that a lot of corporate culture kind of emphasizes in the workplace. It's either that, or another way I can read this is that they are celebrating with you. Some of them are celebrating with you. They love that you've made this choice, and they're happy to be celebrating your new unknown future. With the Five of Coins again, I think, this is again about, because it's come out with a star this time. That's so interesting. They're seeing that you have lost something related to your career, but that you're coming out with this hopeful, inspired, light after a period of darkness kind of star energy, and that they really admire that about you. And then with the Four of Cups, um, this is, usually about boredom, about having a vision that's not what you have. And often that's talking about not seeing the value in the things that you have. But these cups that are upside down, and it's you are looking at this one. I think this is really saying that your colleagues are seeing you have a vision that is important to you. And I think they suspect that's going to make you a lot of money here with the Ten of Coins. I think they're seeing you as someone who will build a legacy no matter what. Like you will, they see you as very capable in your career, that you have the capacity to build whatever it is you want. So you are very respected. And like I say, with this moon card where it is, it's possible that they have not told you that, and they will never tell you that. But I'm telling you that as your reader because that's here. So that's very cool. Our last category of what people love about you is going to be strangers, acquaintances, people who only know you through social media or whatever, people you don't know, basically, or who like you see at the market but never anywhere else. They're not in your life in any tangible, like meaningful way. Oh, I just dropped all your cards. Okay, that's good. That's okay. It's gonna help. In case you're wondering why it's easier for me to just voiceover instead of record by video. Now you're learning that I'm just a major klutz, and it's fine because I'm used to it, but I'm not used to having it quite so witnessed. So thank you for witnessing me in my clumsiness and sticking around anyways. I appreciate it. It doesn't affect the reading. It's just one of those things that I've had my whole life, and so I don't really think too much of it until someone points it out or I realize that I'm being seen. So, all right. So, what do strangers love or admire or enjoy about my group ones? Tell me how strangers feel about group one. Strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships. How do they feel about group one? What's this? Ace of Cups again. What do strangers? Whew. Seeker of Coins. Nice. What do strangers admire about my group ones? Strangers, parasocial relationships, acquaintances. What do they love about group one? What do they notice positively about my group ones? Man, you are being stalked by this ruler of coins, of cups, I mean. And like every part of your reading, you are really giving off this vibe. Everybody picks up on it from you. So that is really fascinating. I don't know if you know that you give off that energy, or if you have like a lot of water in your chart. I have a ton of water in my chart, and I know I can't hide that for anything. But yeah, this is for it to show up in like every group, every. I think it's been has it been every almost every pile, if not, I mean every section of this reading, if not every section. Anyways, so your emotional maturity definitely precedes you. Even these people who don't know you, like, just pick up the vibe. You're probably very kind to everyone you know, very caring. And that, as we know, is really quite rare in this world. Is this? Oh, interesting. Yep. What's this? Okay. So, strangers. What is strangers? What do strangers love about my group ones? It's interesting. We got the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Swords again. The Three of Cups. These cards are new, but and that a lot of repeats here. I think, like I say, you give off a vibe, which we all do. But I always think it's interesting to see strangers pick up on the things that our nearest and dearest already also know. So here again, I think we have emotional availability. We have also though discernment with this Ace of Swords. But I'm getting out of order. Okay, Ace of Cups again, emotional availability, and the Three of Cups. You might look like someone who knows how to have a good time. I think people watch the way you move through the world and really see it as they see you as someone they want to have fun with. Who like, yeah, I mean, you look like you're fun at parties. that's really that's really what I'm getting here. But in a very, kind, like not super rowdy way, if you catch my drift. Like this is not frat boy energy. This is more just pure, like kind of innocent, with this Seeker of Coins too, and the Ace of Swords. We're beginner energy here. Page of Coins, Page of Pentacles is, at the beginning of their financial journey, and they're trying to unlock the keys of wisdom that are going to, what am I saying? Spirit, help me with the words here. Getting tired and my words are going away. This is someone who's eager to learn about how to cultivate abundance in their life. And so it's possible that strangers and acquaintances are picking up on this new start of yours. They're seeing in some way, whether it's just in your energy or if it's in the way, like the types of movements that you are making. Like this could be, the loan officer at the bank who's seeing you in this beginner's energy. Like you're not, whatever this transition is in your career that keeps showing up in all these different places in your reading, you seem to be approaching it with a level of humility. And again, that this beginner's mind, I think that we talked about before, of saying that, I don't know what I don't know, and I don't want to shoot myself in the foot by not learning. And I think you're asking the right questions and being very why do I think perspicacious in these readings? I do not use this word in life, but it comes up for me in tarot readings for some reason. But it's it's that big picture view of the path ahead, of the pitfalls on that path, and really wanting to prepare yourself to address them or eliminate them before they become a problem. Like I say, it is a beginner's energy, but it is a very it's a wise energy that they're seeing you in. I think they do see that you have discernment on some level. Um, yeah, like I say, these aren't people that you know very well, but there are the way you move through the world really seems to be demonstrating that. Again, like I say, I mentioned it when it came out, the Ruler of Cups again. You do seem very together with your emotional well-being, very, very stable, and capable of handling what life throws your way. The fact that that came out with the Ruler of Wands again, so rulers are the kings in this deck. Um, Also tells me that they are seeing a lot of fire in you, in a sense of inspiration, maybe more than passion, because the ruler has kind of not settled because it's still wands, but this is someone who's gone through the full journey of passion and inspiration and all of that, and they're still ready to go. They're still very gung ho about their life, and they're not super comfortable sitting still, but they're not. They've learned not to throw away things in their haste that might be useful. So I think with these two coming out, you do have a kind of an authoritative energy. Like people know that you know your values and your. Whew, yeah, I am getting tired and I'm losing words. So sorry. Bear with me for a second. Noticing the Ouroboros here in this card. And I think they're seeing you as someone who knows what to keep and what to let go. You understand the cycles of life and you're not staying stuck in them. And I think we've seen that before. But now with that, you did get the Four of Swords, which is a contemplative card. This is kind of a meditation before taking action, a preparation for getting yourself to where you need to be mentally before you embark on this next battle, generally in the traditional tarot. And I think that kind of goes with this Seeker of Coins. I think this is that people really do see you. We had the Fool earlier in your reading, and you do definitely leap when you need to, but this is so balanced, I think, in you. Like you're not afraid to take a leap. You know, again, the Ruler of Wands kind of talks about that. The Knight of Swords talks about that. But you also know how to prepare for the things that you want. And so I think people see both in you. But strangers in particular are seeing you inhabit both energies really well. It's like it's interesting. We have like this emotional energy, and then we have this very down, like rational energy. And then we have this fiery emotional energy. And then we have this very logical energy. If we're talking about the lines in your reading. And I think there is that that duality within you that we all have. But I think it's very apparent to people even when they don't know you very well. They see that you are all of these things all at once, and they really admire that about you. Like, you seem fun, but you also seem grounded, and you also seem ready to take quick action when it's aligned. So yeah, that, let's see if there's anything else. Spirit, is there anything else I need to tell group one about what people love about them? We've we've covered a lot of ground here, and I feel like, you know, it's you're an easy person for people to admire. Oh yeah, high priestess. I think, yeah, there's like, for me, the high priestess, I think in this high sage, uh, there's a certain je ne sais quoi about you. You just give off this very wise, intuitive kind of vibe. It's possible, you know, that you do have a strong intuition, and people love that about you. That you know how to trust your inner wisdom. All right, I think that's it. I think that's all of it. So I wish you well in this endeavor that you're working on, this change in your life that's coming in. It seems like, if these cards are any indication, it is going to go very well for you. It's and you are exactly where you need to be. So that is very exciting. Thank you for sharing your energy with me today. I did very much enjoy your reading, and if you liked this reading, I would love it if you leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment. Let me know what landed for you. Let me know what topics you want to see from me in the future. This is a new channel, and I am learning on the job, as it were. So it's only going to go up from here, we hope. And yeah, but I do really enjoy reading for you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night, wherever it is you are in the world when you're watching this. And yeah, I'm going to have to work on these outros. Take care. Bye. Hi, Group 2. If you chose the Gilded Tarot and the Green Aventurine, then this is your reading. So, real quick about Green Aventurine, it influences the heart chakra, allowing acceptance and love. It encourages independence and builds self esteem. It builds stamina, strong legs, and adds flexibility to joints, and aids in positive career changes and money matters. So, we're going to leave that there so that it can be here for your reading. All right, let's get into it. Spirit, tap me into the energy of Group 2. Help me to be a clear channel. So we're starting the reading today with a little bit of an energy check. It's for you to know if this is the spot that you belong in, and for me to know who I'm working with here as we discuss. Is there one upside down in here? As we discuss who would have sworn I saw. Yes, I did. We'll take that out. Oh, the Empress. Well, welcome, Empress. Um, we're discussing. Goodness, total brain fart. I'm so sorry. Where am I? um, what people love about you. Duh. That's why we're here. And I mean, if you're the Empress, then that's what people love about you. But we're gonna get some more. So yeah. So Spirit, tell me about my group twos, the ones who chose the Green Aventurine and the Gilded Tarot. Tell me about group two. What energy are they in right now? What energy is group two in right now? How will they know this is the group for them? Queen of Pentacles. The Empress and the Queen of Pentacles? Group two. You are on top of the world. How will group two know that this is the right place for them? I mean, this is definitely an energy of abundance, like massive abundance. The Queen of Pentacles is the baby Empress. So this is like doubling down on your Empress energy, going, no, I said what I said. Tell me about group two. How will they recognize their energy? Not that. We'll keep the Seven of Swords. Are you feeling strategic, group two? Are you plotting? Like, not in a bad way. I don't mean that. I just mean, maybe. We'll find out. But you don't get to be the Empress if you're being shady. So I'm assuming that the Seven of Swords is you being very strategic about the next step you're going to take. So tell me a little bit more about group two and the energy that they are in right now. Who is group two? How will they recognize themselves in this reading? How will group two recognize themselves? King of Cups. This is some royal, like royal energy. I don't know. I mean, thank you for finding me and letting me read for you. But this is some. Is this come out? Three of Cups. You're celebrating something. One more, Spirit. One more, so that group two will recognize themselves in this reading. Knight of Swords. Okay, let's talk about it. So yeah, the Empress, we have Taurus and Libra, Queen of Pentacles, the Earth signs. People say Capricorn. Take that if that resonates. Seven of Swords, Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is... Who's my impulsive? I don't remember which sign is the Knight's. I'll have to look that up. Regardless, the energy is the same. We're just throwing out some signs for fun. The King of Cups could be Scorpio. So, I mean, we already kind of covered it. You are these cards here are like master, mistress, ruler of the known world kind of energies. This is the King of Cups. It has really mastered the emotional realm, knows how to balance, head and heart. Um, Very emotionally available energy in the King of Cups. But really, the energy of the King of Cups is focused outward, uh, in a way of the caring for the realm, basically. Um, so yeah, so I mean, the Empress is the all four queens combined. She's um, very powerful, very nurturing, very receptive. This is She's mastered manifestation in the way that she knows herself as all things, and that all things in the universe are hers and will come to her, and is very secure in her ability to create and manifest everything she wants. The Queen of Pentacles, like I said before, is the baby Empress. So it's kind of the same energy. This is, you know, a embodiment of abundance, basically. Three of Cups does tell me you're celebrating something. I can see you have a lot to celebrate. So really we're talking about these two here are I think the most interesting, as far as, I mean, yes, these are interesting, but they all agree, and this is what's bringing in a little extra color to all of this abundance of this first part of your reading. So I do think you're in a strategic energy for something. You're something new that you're starting. And it's interesting because, in a way, the Seven of Swords and the Knight of Swords are kind of opposing energies in a way, as far as the Seven of Swords is strategy and cunning, and the Knight of Swords isn't really stopping to think. They've got an idea in their head, and that's the only thing that matters. And so I do think you're balancing these two energies in whatever you're moving towards. Like, you can see he's about to fall off a cliff because he's, following this eagle without paying attention here. And so you're trying not to be this, I think, by tapping in to this strategic cunning energy, because I do think you are committed to whatever idea this is, but you don't want to fall off the cliff. So if any of that resonates, then you are definitely in the right place, and we are going to move forward. We're going to begin by asking what family and friends love about you. We're going to reshuffle. One more for good measure. All right, Spirit, tell me, what do group twos, family and friends, absolutely love about them? Let's hype them up. Ooh, Knight of Cups, King of Wands. You are getting the court cards today. What do group twos, friends and family, absolutely love about them? We'll get to that. Nine of Swords. Don't worry. What do group twos, friends and family, love about them? Make sure, I don't know if these are in frame. I'll move them down a little bit. What do group twos, friends and family, love about them? Tell me. Okay, now you have the Emperor. I don't know who you are. This is wild. All right, tell me more about the Knight of Cups, Spirit. Tell me more. What's this Knight of Cups? Group two's friends and family love about them. The Magician. Tell me about the King of Wands. In regards to what group two's friends and family love about them. Strength. Major Leo energy going on here. That's for someone. This Nine of Swords. Tell me about the Nine of Swords. Tell me about the Nine of Swords. What group twos friends and family love about them? Their inner circle. Tell me about group two's inner circle and what this Nine of Swords means for group two's inner circle. Okay. Seven of Swords really wants to come out again here. Okay. And the Emperor? Tell me about what group two's friends and family love about them. Oh, okay. Ten of Pentacles. Wow. All right. Let's talk about it. So we have this Knight of Cups. And he's, let's see, it's really hard to pick up these cards. They're so thin. He's riding in very quickly, cup in hand, ready to give it to somebody. And so I think you go after what you want when it comes to emotional fulfillment, relationships. I think they see you be kind of fearless in pursuing your desires romantically, or even if if that doesn't apply, this can be your emotional desires but in your career, that they see you, or in another part of your life that they really see you go after. This could be hobbies for that matter, and with the Magician, I think they think this fearless kind of heart on your sleeve energy helps you to manifest the things that you want in life. I think the Magician knows how to use all of the tools at his disposal to get what he wants. And so I think this is you're a very ambitious person, and your friends and family do actually love that about you. They love that you can. It's like nothing stands in your way when you want something, because you know how to do the work to bring it in. And so the King of Wands being clarified by strength, I think you are very inspired and passionate about your life and the things that you create, but you know how to balance that with this, in the way that the strength card, because this is a more traditional deck than most of the ones that I have, is she has tamed this lion, and she's got this peaceful expression on her face, and she's in her finery. This is not a battle anymore. This battle has been won, but the strength is still there. It's just a different kind of strength. And so I think you go after what you want, um, and you don't apologize for it, but it comes from this place of really having mastered your inner world, your inner strength as well, instead of it being just like this display of outward force. This is a very aligned strength that your friends and family see in you, and they really love that about you. Okay, so we get the 9 of swords and the 7 of swords, and I think your friends and family, because this we are talking about people who are very close to you, they have seen you have anxious moments. They have seen you encounter problems that keep you up at night, but you don't stay here. You strategize your way out of it. And it's we're not seeing I'm not reading this as shady behavior. If it is, it is. I'm not judging you. But I'm more seeing this as you solving problems. I think your friends and family see that you know how to think laterally about any problems that have come up that do cause you anxiety. I mean, you are human, despite the emperor and the empress and the magician and the strength and all of this very powerful energy that we've seen so far in your reading. You're still human. You have your moments, but you don't get stuck, and you know how to maneuver in ways, because the 9 of swords comes after the 8 of swords, which is the card of being trapped by your mind. You don't get there. That's not you. That's Yes, you have the worries, but you know how to get yourself out. And so and I think your friends and family really love that about you, that they never have to worry about you getting stuck and bogged down in anything. You're going to see yourself out of any problems that come through. I think I'm repeating myself, so I'm going to move on. The emperor. So yeah, the emperor is what, Aries energy. Again, with a lot of fire coming up here in this part of your spread. But again, whereas the empress that we had before as part of your energy check is someone who knows how to receive, who knows how to create from within, who has mastered abundance on a very internal, very quote unquote feminine level of receptivity um, and waiting for the harvest and patience and all of those things that the empress represents. That is you. But your friends and family also see you as the emperor, as someone who has authority and can manage and master your entire realm of being. Like this, like I think I said in your energy check that this was very much a kind of master mistress ruler of the universe energy, and so it is both internal and external, and that's all over. It's been all over your reading already. We're just at the beginning. So that is something. And with that being clarified with the 10 of pentacles, you are building a legacy that will far outlast you. And yeah, this is just, you are in such a powerful energy, and your friends and family just, they really admire that about you. Okay, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. We've said it. So next, we're going to talk about your romantic interests. So this is if you have a partner or partners, this is them. If you have people who are interested in you romantically, whether you know that they are or not, we're talking about them. We're talking about, people who have crushes on you, people who just are interested in you both romantically and physically, and all of those things. I'm not going to get too far into any 18 plus messages because this is YouTube, but if that comes up, I will mention it if I can. But we're going to see now what they love about you. So your most intimate one-on-one relationships, we're going to find out what they love the most about you. And if this does not apply to you, if it's not something that interests you at all, by all means, grab a snack and come back when we do your colleagues, which is the section after this. But for now, we're talking about your romantic interests. People who are interested in you romantically, what do they love about my group twos? This is such a completely different energy from group one. I mean, I love it, but it's just I mean, I love group one too. They're both really fabulous readings. They're just we have Chariot. Is that yours? We'll see if it comes back out. Yeah, card I keep seeing. We'll see if it comes out on its own. What are these? Six of Pentacles. Okay, you like it? You like it? Six of Pentacles. Tell me about what group two's romantic interests love about them. Tell me about group two and their romantic interests. What do group two's romantic interests? The people who are romantically interested in group two, what do they love about them? We've got some repeats already. I mean, you are still you, no matter who's looking at you. So that makes sense. Six of Pentacles. Okay. What do... Ooh. What position does this one go in? Okay. Don't be alarmed by that card. We'll talk about it. Tell me about the Seven of Pentacles on group two's romantic interests. Knight of Pentacles. Knights. You do not shy away from taking action, group two. That is for sure. All right. Tell me about the Knight of Swords. What about the Knight of Swords? Group two's romantic interests. No, that's not. It'll come back out if it's there. I'm going back to that because I keep seeing it. Where is it? Come here. That just keeps coming up. So, we can put that there. We're still doesn't really go with the Knight of Swords. Oh, here. Oh, well, the Empress again. So, I'm not taking reversals for this reading unless it's really super indicated, and it has not been so far. So, let's talk about it. So, the people who are interested in you romantically, they love your generosity with the Six of Pentacles, as far as they love your reciprocity. Like, you're obviously have a lot going on in your life, but you are also giving. Like, you give as much as you get from your romantic interests. You know, they love that you're not hoarding your wealth. You're happy to share it. And you know, I mean, and you know, you are using discernment here with this, because you know he is weighing these to make sure that you know that they're legit and that he's not overgiving. And so I definitely think that applies to you. I think you are very much in, you know what you can give and you give it gladly, but you don't feel a need to overstretch. Seven of Pentacles here is that they love that you are patient. And I don't know what you're having to be patient about with your romantic interests. You're patient and you take your time with this Knight of Pentacles. um, you aren't rushing into anything in your romantic relationships. I think you know how to have that slow burn, we'll say. I think it looks like you know how that it takes time to cultivate the kind of intimacy that you need in your life, and you aren't going to rush it. You're planting seeds and waiting for the harvest to come in. With this Knight of Swords, though, again, you're not afraid of going after. We have three of the four knights on the table. You're not afraid of going after what you want. Fast or slow, you still, you pursue things intellectually, emotionally, physically. You're not holding back, but you're not, the Knight of Swords. Okay, so the Knight of Swords is known for rushing in. We talked about this already. But that's being clarified by the Empress. And the Empress is not rushing for anybody. And so I think we kind of talked about this, but the people who are romantically interested in you or your current partners, they do love this about you. If you are someone who has been, can be, whatever, pregnant with the Empress here, I think your romantic interest would absolutely love to see that on you. They think that it is that you are beautiful when you were pregnant, are pregnant, whatever. Um, I think that's something that definitely your romantic interests enjoy about you, or enjoy fantasizing about you. I will get to this death card. I haven't forgotten, but we're gonna talk about it. I'm putting a pin in it, and they do see this very stable future celebration with you if that's something that you're interested in. They do see you as someone to settle down with, to build a life with. This is famously, the Four of Wands is the 1111 card. Um, and so, of course, who wouldn't want who wouldn't want to do life with you? Um, but that's very much here. They see the family and the celebration with you. The Four of Wands coming out with the Knight of Cups. I think the another way to read some of this energy on the table. I think you have a lot of suitors with these three of the four knights. I think a lot of different kinds of people are attracted to your energy. I think you're really magnetizing um, people from all walks of life because of just who you are. And so they're all coming in, presenting themselves to you in various ways. This is I don't know why this phrase is coming through. It's kind of cringe, but it's like uh, you're having to beat them off with a stick because there's just, you are very desired. That people know that you're the Empress. They value you highly, and uh, and so they come at you, but they just love so many. You're a multifaceted human, and I mean that's already been in both of the spreads. um, and they really love that about you. Okay, the death. Let's talk about the death card. You have the ability to transform anything into anything, and we kind of had that with the Magician in the first spread. I think it was in the same position too. But here with the Six of Pentacles, we're talking about generosity, about give and take, about you know kind of knowing where you can give and where you can't. But I think you know especially with that means this is surrounded by Pentacles cards. I think especially with your finances, you have transformed them. You can transform them. Maybe this is like even what you do for a living, is that you help people transform their financial lives, their physical abundance into other things. But whatever it is, this transformational energy that you embody, again with Pentacles, is one of the things that the people who are romantically interested in you love about you. This is also, we could talk about the death as the Scorpio card here. There could be some quinky stuff going on in your life that might be something you're into. That's a very scorpionic energy, and I can absolutely see that in this. You absolutely don't have to be. I'm not like promoting it. I'm just saying these, in my experience, people with a lot of power and authority and responsibility in life often bring power dynamics into the bedroom. And so I'm going to leave that there. But that, that is there. So, yeah. Is there anything else? Whew. I think we've got it. So let's move on now to what your colleagues think of you. Your colleagues not think of you, but love about you, because that is what we're talking about. All right. Tell me about group 2. Group 2's colleagues. What do their colleagues love about them? Love, admire, respect. Tell me about group 2's colleagues and what they love about group 2. All right, let's find out. Group 2. Perfect. Couldn't have asked for a more relevant card. Goodness. Well, they all want to talk about how cool you are. That's for sure. Goodness. Okay. All right. Well, oh, okay. Okay. 10 of Pentacles needed to come back out. Yeah, this is... I think you are, or have been, a very career-focused person. And so we struggled a little bit getting cards out for your romantic interest, but your colleagues here are very, very loud. Okay. And tell me about group 2's colleagues. What do they love about group 2's? Yeek. Love that one. Meant it. Okay. 8 of Wands. So we have 3 of Pentacles, 6 of Wands, 10 of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, 8 of Wands. Goodness. But it's in a way, and like I say, I think what I love about doing this kind of reading in this way is that you really see, you're the same person no matter where you are. It's all kind of the same energy that comes out for you. Tell me about the 6 of Wands for group 2's, what their colleagues love about them. Woo. 3 of Wands. And tell me about group 2's colleagues. What do group 2's colleagues love about them? Queen of Pentacles. Okay. What do... Oh, okay. Well, it'll come back out if it needs to. What do group 2's colleagues love about them? Tell me about the Ace of Pentacles. Tell me about the Ace of Pentacles. What do group 2's? Okay, that's interesting. Well, we'll see what comes up. I'm not going to force anything right here. I keep getting hints. Okay. 5 of Cups really wants to come out. That's an odd sort of... Tell me about the 5 of Cups. I'm going to get a 1 for that. Whoa. All right, we'll get to it. Okay. 3 of Pentacles. That's how we're starting your reading, about what your colleagues love about you. And they love having you as a colleague. They see you as a team player. You are this, you have all of this energy of being an authority figure, but they do see you as someone who knows how to work with others and does it well. um you know Everybody wants to collaborate with you because they know that what you're making with the Six of Wands next to it is going to bring success and victory. And I mean, this is your reputation, is of being someone who does have very public success. And so people are really want to work with you. With the Ace of Wands coming out with the Three of Pentacles, again, we have the work ethic of the Pentacles, of not being afraid of hard work, but we also have the rapid movement and the inspiration and the quick communication of the Eight of Wands. This is telling me that you do communicate well with your team when you're working in a team, and they love that. They love that they can rely on you to have promptly communicate things that they need to know so that they can do their job, so that you can have the Six of Wands coming out with the Three of Wands here. This is, ships coming in, and the Three of Wands, they love that. Yes, you get the public acclaim, but because you manifest so well, because you know how to plant the seeds, like we saw in some of the other Pentacles cards, to plant the seeds that will bring in abundance, that you just sit back and accept when it comes, because you know it's coming. The Ten of Pentacles, again, is creating a legacy. Whatever it is that you build will outlive you. It will be something that will help either your family or the world, or both, probably. With the kind of energy that we have here, this is world changing energy, and your colleagues know that. And so they feel like, of course, you are the Queen of Pentacles. They feel like the work that you do together is important. It matters. It makes a difference in the world in a positive way. You are creating change in a way that will that yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. You're changing the world for the better, and that's what you are building. So then, yeah, the Ace of Pentacles, I do think you you are you start new projects. Like, you're not stuck in one area. You're not coasting on what you've already done. I think they know that you're always going to be ready. I mean, not always. There's always a time for it, right? But you're ready and open to new ideas and to starting new ventures, because you have mastered so many other things. You have the luxury of having most of your life set. You can start new things. And I think, so this is where I was confused a little bit about the Five of Cups. The Five of Swords wanted to come out, and to me, you can't have the rest of this with the Five of Swords. And so I wasn't sure that that was really it, but then the Five of Cups really asserted itself. And so I think you have I think you have had losses that, maybe you have sacrificed some of your emotional well-being, some of your inner child, or maybe sacrifice time with the kids that you do have. um and your colleagues see this, and it's not that they love you for having lost something. I mean, maybe, except that it makes you a little more human. But, and I mean, they genuinely might just have a little bit of, well, at least I know that they didn't, they weren't perfect in this one area of life. And that's, don't take that the wrong way. That's just, your energy is so masterful that I think sometimes, people need to see you um, down to earth in a different way, in a, see your mistakes, maybe. um, but I think your colleagues might have seen might have seen you, yeah, I don't know how else to say it. They've seen you lose something, and that little bit of humanity, and I'm not saying you're a robot. That's not what I'm saying, but like that little touch of 'cause I don't think you're someone who wears their heart on their, like, not at work. You don't wear your heart on your sleeve at work. I think you very much keep work at work. And that's why, these cups cards that come out at the end, I wasn't sure about because it's so wildly separate energy from the rest of this. And I really think that was the message. Because when I, got the 6 of Cups clarifying the 5 of Cups, I think what little your colleagues know about your emotional well-being, your home life, your, like, any grief or loss that you might have been through helps them like you better, is really what I'm trying to say. Like, they're not celebrating it, but it's just, you know, it's just something I think that as people we need to know that our leaders are, struggle too. Okay. All right, I'm going to in this section of the reading there, and the next, then we're going to find out what strangers and um, acquaintances and social media, followers, people you don't know, but who see you. Like, what are they drawn to about you? What do they love about you? Your public image and how you show up, just like at the market or walking the dog, the people who don't know you, but who just see you. What do they admire about you? What do they love about you? All right. So, Spirit, tell me about group 2. What do strangers love, admire, respect about group 2? People they don't know, people who don't know them. What do they see in group 2 that they admire? What do people admire, strangers admire about group 2? What do strangers admire about group 2? We got 3 at once. Queen of Swords. Yep. King of Cups and Page of Wands. What do strangers admire about group 2? We haven't gotten a lot of page energy. That's interesting that it would show up here. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. 10 of Cups. All right. Tell me about the Queen of Swords. What do strangers love about group 2? Strangers, social media followers. This keeps trying to. One of these is it. Okay. I think you are a very attractive person with the Queen of Swords and the Queen of Wands here, but you don't look like you suffer fools. And that's just your little spoiler there. Oop. What do strangers, social media followers, acquaintances, what do they love about group 2? It's just going to have to happen. Oop. Is that, what is, these cards just keep trying to come out. Okay. But not quite making it. Tell me about the 10 of Cups. What do. Okay, we're taking temperance. Yeah. And then we'll take the Hierophant too, because he just kept looking at me. All right, so let's talk about it. Whew. So, strangers. Sorry, I got interrupted and I'm trying to make my way back to your reading now. Whew. I had to pause for a second. So yeah, we said with the Queen of Wands here that I think you might be very physically attractive. But they also see you as someone who doesn't suffer fools, doesn't, take any BS from anybody. They do see you though, like it's not like they see you as all logic. They see you as someone, again, with the King of Cups, who is very emotionally intelligent, very stable, emotionally. But with the Nine of Wands, they see you as someone who works very hard, which, I mean, obviously you do. And so that makes, a lot of sense that you would give off, that energy of someone who really knows how to do the work. With the Page of Wands here, I think I said this is the first time we've gotten such a young energy. And I do think, though, that this is them picking up on how fearless you are when it comes to going after what you want. The Page of Wands has a vision, and they are so ready to embark on that adventure. And so I do think that that's something that people who don't really know you notice about you. With the Five of Swords, I think, we're talking about what they love about you. And so this is not usually a card that I would have and think would come out in this reading. But like I say, I did see it once in the last group and I see it again here. I think you look like someone who is going to win kind of at any cost. And it doesn't have to be, because so like the traditional Five of Swords meaning is kind of about where no one actually wins, like the cost of winning for him is too great for it to feel like a victory. And I don't think that's not what they love about you. um I think they do see your ambition, your drive, your determination to succeed. uh but they might not see the cost. Excuse me, I'm sorry. uh, Something about this is not, I have not, my throat has not done this all day. I don't know what this is about. um, if there's something that you want to say about this that you feel like you can't, I think they see the determination to succeed. I don't know that they see what it costs you. um, and that's really what I'm getting here. But they love your determination, but I think this really, it's showing me that they really underestimate what it took for you to get where you are. With the Ten of Cups, though, they believe that whatever's actually going on in your emotional world, they think you're happy. um they see you as having, they see you obviously as emotionally stable, right? But they see you as having ultimate emotional fulfillment. um and they love that for you. It's like, I know these aren't people who know you very well, but you very likely have a social media following, um just because of who you are. And I think, your followers want good things for you. And so they love how happy they assume that you are with your life, but particularly with the 10 of cups, this is ultimate emotional fulfillment. And so they really think you've got it all. And so that came out then with the temperance card here. So that's a what Sagittarius energy. And that's really a balancing of different perspectives. I think they see you as someone who can hold both water and fire, and who doesn't get stuck in one perspective, one frame of mind, who knows how to balance the elements, to balance, the approaches. And we've seen that all throughout your reading. So that is something that strangers get from you. The Hierophant just kept coming out, and I don't they might people might see you as being a very traditional person. You might be religious in some way, or just deeply spiritual, um, about something, but they do, whatever it is that they're seeing in you, they associate you with, kind of the establishment. Um, but this is coming out then again with something that they love and admire about you. And so it's possible, that you are a public figure in, some kind of institution that's been around for a long time, like a political leader or something. And you know what I'm that doesn't have to be that. I'm just trying to, if it's not a spiritual leader, it could be, you could be a political leader, you could be whatever it is, you're representing an institution that's been around for a long time, and strangers, that's something strangers see about you and admire. And so, yeah. Is there anything else here? I think that's your reading. It went by very quickly. I don't think it lasted as long as group one's, but I do think it is complete there. I thank you so much for sharing your energy with me. This was great. I loved your reading for you. And yeah, like, comment, subscribe, share, all of those things. If this resonated for you, I would love to hear how it did. And I wish you a wonderful rest of your day or night wherever you are. And yeah, take care. Bye. Hi, group three. Welcome to your reading. If you chose the Alleyman's Tarot and this Lepidolite stone, then this is your reading. So real quick, something about Lepidolite. It reduces stress and strain in the auric field and creates an illuminated path for carefree step-by-step movement, replaces despondency, depression, and apathy with joy, and assists in the transition from old patterns and opens an understanding of one's new rites of passages ahead. So that's just a little something about that. Usually that has something to do with your energy on some level. So we're going to put that here and get started with your cards. So, Spirit, please tap me into the energies of everyone who chose group 3 now or in the future, and help me to be a clear channel and bring forward the messages today, all about what people love about my group 3s. All right, let's get some shuffling going on here. So, a little something about the Alleyman's Tarot. If you're not familiar with it, this is a one-of-a-kind deck. It's, as you can see, has a lot more cards than a regular deck. There's some cards that were created specifically for this deck, and there are cards from many other pre-existing decks. I wrote a little blurb about it in one of my earlier readings that I will try to remember to link to in case you want to go back and see that. But, anyways, it's just really cool. It's got a lot of extra stuff in it, and it's not one I use most of the time. So, I hope you're feeling patient today because I will absolutely at some point have to look into what card I'm looking at so that I can read the spread. I'm trying to learn the deck, but there are, like I say, it's much bigger than a regular tarot deck, as you can probably see. And it's not always immediately clear to me what is coming through on any given card. So now that we have that out of the way, it is a really lovely deck. A lot of nuance to it. I really like it, but I just wanted to make sure that you knew going in that this won't be probably as smooth as some of the other readings, just because I'm still learning. I'm still learning the deck. So we're going to start your reading today with a little bit of an energy check. I want to see where you're at in your life currently. This has been really helpful for me with some of the other readings that I've already filmed, and really, so it's going to help you make sure that you are in the right space, and it's going to help me interpret your cards as we go forward. So, Spirit, tell me a little bit about the energy that my group threes are in when they come to this reading. Tell me about who my group threes are. What energy is group 3 in right now? Tell me about my group threes. Is this Frost? One does really want to come out. Okay. Tell me about group 3. What energy is my group 3 in? Who are they? Who are my group 3s? What energy are they in at the time of this reading? Tell me who my group 3s are, Spirit. Are these? I think these might be for you. Let's go here. Oh, here's your cards. Okay. Yes. Okay, so we do have some of the one-offs that we talked about here. And so let me look up Frost real quick. I know what this one is. I just want to make sure. Frost is the settling of snow over the world you once knew. Seeing the grass outside disappear into a sheet of even whiteness. You can see that lump there is where the bush was, but now it's smoothed over. You can't even see where the dog's ball got covered. It's just all flat and white. Frost is memory, the way we wait and look back, and all the details are gone now, just a plain sheet of what you remember most. Sometimes this is kind. Sometimes your reminiscing removes the harshness or helps you move on from the details. Other times the frost thaws and you're left with what you thought you escaped from. Okay. That is that card. The 5 of Mirrors, I think might be, let me see. There is, one of the details about this deck is that there is an extra suit of just like random one-offs that is part of the deck. Like I said, it's a really interesting deck. I very much enjoy it, but it is a little cumbersome to read from at this time when I don't have the immediate recognition of what a card means like I do in a traditional deck. The Five of Mirrors. Mirrors are effing creepy. They tell us lies in the weirdest way by just showing the truth. But the angles are often wrong. That's not how people look at you, that's not their perception. This card speaks to hidden meanings and intentions, hidden feelings, and keeping up appearances. But these mirrors only do this for so long before they shatter, and what they hid will be revealed to all. What secret are you keeping, and who are you really keeping it for? Okay, and we have the Ace of Swords, empty. And this, okay, so one of the other features of this deck, you're learning about this deck with me today as I work through this, is that there are multiple different versions of the Death card. There's, I don't even remember, 7 or something different death cards in this, and they all mean something slightly different. Okay, so this is the writing death. This is a sweeping death, a change that leaves nothing untouched. It passes over you like a wave, and you are left holding nothing. This is the Tower, really, isn't it? Sudden massive change, or more rarely, large-scale death, but let's not dwell there. I don't need to tell you how to read this, so this is the Tower, basically. Okay. So, don't panic. We're just, like I say, this is just an energy check to see where you are. So with the frost coming out, and with this is this is the empty. It's a blank slate, basically. The only thing I have to look up with this, is whether this came out upright or reversed. I'm not taking reversals for the rest of the reading, but I am for this part of it. 134. Thank goodness for the index here now that I'm learning. So yeah, this beautiful. This did come up right. Okay. So I love that these came out together actually, and I know I had to look them up, but the frost being snow covering up all the details, and what the only thing that you have to go on for where things are is based on your memory, and the empty is a blank slate. So we have here, between the frost and the Five of Mirrors, we have kind of energy of illusions. But then the Ace of Swords brings in clarity. And so I think, yeah, so the energy that it looks like that you are in is that you've had a period of time where there were a lot of illusions. I don't know if maybe Neptune was transiting part of your chart, or if maybe you have some 12th house placements if you know your chart. But there was a sense of not seeing something clearly, and then you got some resolution on that, and you are starting over with a blank slate because that clarity brought a tower moment for you. And then you are moving on after this period of conflict, this clarity, you seem to be moving on towards calmer waters with this Six of Swords. So let's see, is there anything else here? I'm wondering, with the whiteness of the blank slate versus the snow-covered landscape for frost. Oh, there's something there. What's coming through here, Spirit? It is... There's something about your memory that's trying to come through. And maybe there are lingering memories in your awareness that are kind of trying to interfere with this blank slate, with this moving on. But you did get, with this Ace of Swords, you did get some clarity. You did have that tower moment after these illusions were shattered. But I think you might be struggling a little bit to fully, because I wasn't sure if this card was upright or reversed. Because in reverse, this card means that you are avoiding the blank slate that is trying to be there, or you missed it. You missed this moment of potential, of unfettered potential. And it's a realization in a way that you had something that could have been a brand new start, a brand new blank slate, brand new canvas that you could have, and then that you missed it, but it came in upright, and I did verify that. So I think that it looks like you might have had a moment like that where you had these memories of what existed before the blanket of snow just turned the world white. And you're resisting the temptation to go back into that energy and to go ahead and move on after your tower moment. Yeah, because these two cards came out fairly, regularly, but these four came out together and they just kind of lined up like this. And so in a way, it's not I'm putting it into a linear format to tell a certain story, but it didn't probably appear that way for you. It probably appeared as in a more cyclical manner. And so you are in more of this energy here now, but this hasn't cleared out yet, it seems like. Okay, so if that sounds like you, then you are in the right place. And we are going to put these back in the deck and reshuffle and get what your friends and family most love about you. All right. Okay. All right. One more. This is not my favorite deck to shuffle because there are so many extra cards. But we are making it work. Okay. So tell me about... Wow. Already? Wait, all three of these or just the top one? Spirit? For group threes, friends and family. I'm getting all three. Friends and family. Nice. Okay. Tell me about what group threes, friends and family. Oh, did I do that backwards? No, say it ain't so. No, I didn't. Some of these cards, it's really hard to tell what's the front and what's the back. Tell me what group threes, friends and family love about them. Tell me more about what group threes, friends and family. Oh, it'll come back out if it's meant to. What group threes, friends and family love about them? Tell me what group threes, friends and family just love about group three, their inner circle. Please, Spirit, tap me into what group threes, friends and family love about them. There's those, and this one wants to come out. Let's see. cards. All right. Tell me more about the temperance here. What do group threes, friends, and family love about them? Tell me about group threes, friends, and family. What do they love about them? Group threes, friends, and family. Spirit, tell me about the Knight of Cups. Tell me about the Knight of Cups. What groups? Threes. Ah! Oh, come on. Friends and family. What their inner circle loves about them. Nope. That is way too many. Okay. Group threes, friends, and family. Spirit. Keep seeing this one. Does this one want to come out? I think so. Here we go. Because that one just kept showing up there. So we're going to take it. All right. So let's look at these. I need to verify what this one is for me. So the rest of them and the Four of Keys I need to look up. So for our court cards, I wonder, I just want to make sure. Can't tell some of these. Oh, good. I'm so glad I looked it up. So this is the Knight of Swords. And the Four of Keys is that, I think, the extra suit there. There you go. There are always paths forward. All options are movement, action. Sometimes we worry about the right key for the right door, the right action to get us ahead, but all keys open this door. And it's important to understand sometimes that the most important part of making a choice is making it, period. Sometimes we make them in haste, or we just generally make a mistake with it, but it was still something that moved forward. Okay. So let's look at your spread. Queen of Wands, Three of Pentacles, Temperance, the Valet. So I think he's the Knight of Cups. No, Page of Cups. This is the Page of Cups, the Page of Swords, the King of Wands, the Knight of Swords. Goodness, and the Four of Keys. So I mean, talk about court cards. And I laugh a little bit because court cards are kind of, in some ways, they're the hardest to read. But we're gonna, it's, since they're all about people, these are all aspects of you. So it's gonna be fine. It's just, there's a lot of, like I say, a lot of nuance going on here. So the Queen of Wands, I do, I think your friends and family see you as a very passionate person, a very beautiful person, someone who really, how do I say it? You're very sure in yourself. I think, this is someone who's very inspired, very, very magical, actually, with all of the glitter and then the golden eyes. You might have a lot of intuition, be very intuitive. And so they see you as someone who is attractive and powerful and really just in command of yourself and of your life in a way. And that came up with the Page of Swords. The Page of Swords is at the beginning of an intellectual journey. They're someone who, I think, they know they don't know it all, but they are very curious. They are very eager to learn. And so I think you have tempered, in a way, this very sort of royal, this royal, intuitive, commanding presence with a curiosity and a willingness to learn, and a willingness to learn from others. This is not um, a a combative member of the swords family. This is the perpetual learner. With the Three of Pentacles, I think they see you as someone who uh, collaborates well with others, cooperates well with others, knows how to work well in a group to get things done. And with the King of Wands coming out to clarify that, this is again, I'm getting beginner energy, and with the Page of Swords, and I'm getting cooperative energy with the Three of Pentacles, and yet in alignment with those are these big, powerful, joyful, beautiful, very action oriented, authoritative energies. And I think you balance that really well, and your friends and family see that, and they really love that about you. With Temperance, I think that's saying in many ways the same thing. You know, the Temperance is um, usually these two cups the Temperance has are fire and water, and um, they're um, they're mixing them together to blend perspectives from different aspects of life in order to see from a higher kind of vantage point. The Temperance is the card of Sagittarius. This is someone like the Page of Swords who really wants to learn, wants to see the perspectives of other people, does not sit still well with like your Queen and King of Wands here, but really wants to see how can they can expand. And so then coming out there then with the Knight of Swords, you know, the Knight of Swords is an interesting energy because they do kind of think they know it all, and they sometimes get so focused on their goals that they and so determined in pursuit of what they are after that they don't see the pitfalls in front of them. And I don't see that isn't illustrated as much in this card as it is in some others. Let me see if I can pick it up here. And I don't know, I know this light gives a little glare, but I'm so sorry about that. I'm going to try and hold it in such a way that you can see it. But I'm looking at all of this gilding is really catching my eyes on both the horse here and the door, whatever this is in the background. This is a very wealthy backdrop for this Knight of Swords, who in this deck appears to be um, wearing a dress. So that this is not typically a card we see with a female presenting character. So it seems to be a different take on the Knight of Swords. I want to look up and see what, because like I say, this is a very nuanced deck. It has other meanings that don't usually come up. Big change, sudden opportunity, rapid movement. Swords are impatient. This is a focused burst of opportunity. You jump on it or you miss it. Not wildly impulsive, though. It's thoughtful in its approach and offering. To chase after, you'll need to be impulsive on your end. So yeah, so this is not the reckless energy that we sometimes see in the Knight of Swords. This is instead a very, I think, with all the rest of this energy, you're not someone who gets lost in all of the different perspectives that you have. You stay in authority with in your own authority with yourself as you learn, as you work with people, as you see other perspectives, and you don't seem to. So with between this and the Four of Keys, I don't think you get caught up in indecision. I think your friends and family see you as someone who takes the necessary action, even even if they aren't sure, even when you have, even when you might be feeling indecisive or unclear about the best choice, I think you're not someone who stagnates. You don't sit in your indecision too long. You instead you take action. You think it through for sure, but you trust yourself. I think with this, with all of these wands cards, the temperance, all this fire energy that's here, um, seems to me like you know that even if you take a step that sends you in a direction maybe you didn't want to go, you can course correct. You trust yourself to really to be in to be present enough to adjust as needed. And then with this, what did I say it was? The Page of Cups, right? It's funny, I just heard when I said that I think it's Joy at A Journey in Light who says that's her apology card. I do think you are someone who apologizes when you make mistakes. Like, if this impulsive energy gets you into trouble and you cause unnecessary harm, I think you are someone who doesn't get so lost in the sauce with all of this fire energy that you don't know how to take responsibility when you do cause harm. I think because we all do, whether we intend to or not. It's just part of being human is that we can, by accidentally cause harm just by the actions that we take. And I think when you do, this is this is telling me that your friends and family appreciate that you know how to apologize when you need to. Because the Page of Cups is, yes, they're sensitive and they're gentle and they're kind, but again, it's kind of the humility of the beginner, of being in your emotions and relating to others. Like, this is someone who, yeah, I mean, I think I've already said it. It's more, yeah, you know how to clean up any messes you might make. How about that? Um, is there anything else here, Spirit, that needs to come through for my group threes on things that their friends and family love about them? Okay, I think that's it. So we're going to move on now, put these back in the deck, and we're going to ask next about people who are romantically interested in you. So whether that's current partners or future partners, or people who have crushes on you, people who are interested in you who you may not even know about, people you're dating, any of that kind of romantic, physical interest. These people who are into you in a romantic uh, or who want physical intimacy from you or whatever. We're asking about lovers and what lovers love about you. Eep. This card got put in the deck backwards again with all of this. Yeah, okay. I think if I fix that. So that will come back out if it was meant to. It just got my attention because it was not facing the right direction. So, all right. So, Spirit, tell me about group threes. Sorry, you're group 3. Yeah. Tell me about people who are romantically interested in or romantically connected to my group number 3s. What do they love most about them? Oh, and if this section is not for you, you can go get a snack or something and come back for the section after this, which will be about colleagues. But for now, we're talking about what people who are romantically interested in you love most about you. What are... All right. Tell me about... That's interesting. Tell me about group 3's... People who are romantically interested in group 3. What do they love most about them? Wow. All right, hold on. Okay. People who are romantically interested in group 3. Tell me what they love most about them. Let's see if these come back out. Group 3, people who are romantically interested in group 3's. What do they love most about them? Tell me more about this. The swords guy. I don't know how many of these he has. Can't decide. I'm gonna have to look up to see whether that's the 9 or the 10 of swords. Don't panic. We will get to it. But I have to look up which card that is. But tell me more about this sword man, about what the people who are romantically interested in my group 3's love most about them. Stack is kind of a lot. Oh, what's in there backwards again? We'll see. We'll see if that comes back out. I'm not sure. Tell me about... All right. Tell me about the 10 of discs. About what... This. And Wound Man. Tell me about what Wound Man and what group 3's. People who... I keep seeing like the entire cup suit in this. But they're not landing on the table. So we'll see what comes out afterwards. Tell me about Wound Man. Okay, 7 of Pentacles. And then we're gonna Queen of Strays, the level sands. All right, I'm gonna set these to the side over here, and then we're gonna talk about your spread here. After we work out what all of these cards are, because yeah, oh, there. That makes more sense. So, which swords is this guy? Who is? So he's not swords, the 9 of swords. That's the 7 of swords. Okay, see? Now I know. 7 of swords clarified by the 4 of wands. That's really interesting. And then the fountain. Oh, hold on a second. I want to stop because, yeah, like I say, I did not recognize this as the 7 of swords. And so here's what he says. Traditionally, this card is a liar, a cheater, a thief, making away with stolen blades, but far more than this. I often see it as the burden we've picked up from all our choices. A lie, there is another sword. A manipulation, here is another sword. All the poor choices we make come back to affect us, don't they? This is the sharp burden, knowing that carrying all this will get us cut eventually, but we keep doing it, huh? Those pointed barbs at people, the quick wit that may be charming but always runs the risk of hurting someone. Good work carrying it all, though. Interesting. Okay, we'll come back to that because it's not saying that you're a bad person. that's not what we're here for today. We're not doing criticism of any kind, constructive or otherwise, in this reading. So then the fountain, I get the fountain all the time, and for some reason, I always have to look it up again. Cool relief. You drink from these waters and are revived. This is quenching a long dried throat, feeding that thirst. Someone besides me also needs to get a drink of water right now. If you are dehydrated, please go take care of that. This is quenching a long dried throat, feeding that thirst. This is relief from your pain and having a place to sit a while and bask in what it is that you needed. The fountain asks if you need this or if perhaps you can provide this. So, Queen of Swords, we know. This is what I mean about some of these cards and not knowing because they're not labeled. Like, I just have a hard time remembering which ones they are, where they belong in the deck. Wound Man, since I just happened to stumble upon it, we're going to talk about. The Wound Man has historical significance across art history. Dudes are always getting hurt. The card is about pain, suffering, and injury, most specifically, physically or mentally. You suffer under an injury that was dealt to you. And we kind of saw that in your energy check. This is not warning of impending injury. This is more about the injury you already carry with you. You are learning more about who hurt you and why, but you are not yet beyond the pain. Okay. So this is, I might end up putting a trigger warning on this reading. There might be a history of trauma, but we'll see what comes up when I really get into channeling. First, I'm identifying the cards to make sure that I'm bringing forward the messages that I need. Okay. Wow. So this is the 10 of discs and this is the 9 of discs. So pentacles, yes. And then with 7 of pentacles. So then, okay, these over here, we have, I think this is the 7 of wands. The lone and level sands, I have to look up. I remember. So the Queen of Strays is the mother of the world's children, basically. A sign that you should lean on your found family, that you should support others in your community who need you. No person is unwanted. You deserve to be loved, and so do the others in your life. So yeah, the Queen of Strays is about found family. The lone and level sands, I'm gonna go back here so that we're not here all day looking up what these mean. I love this. I really do love this deck. I just and I like to use it. It just takes a lot longer to get the message across. So thank you for bearing with me. If you are here, I assume that means that you are patient. The lone and level sands. This poet wrote this poem about a man with too much hubris. You might know it, it doesn't matter. Just look at the face of the stone and the sand. That's you. and your lofty self ideals, your certainty that if you set it in stone, your achievements will last forever. Take a guess what that sand will do to it as time goes on. You get the idea. This card can speak to an ending and defeats, but typically speaks to being fallible and the need to be humble, if not the humbling loss itself. Okay, we have that came out. Okay. All right, let's talk about it. So, we're talking about the people who are romantically interested in you and what they love about you, right? That is the context of this. And I'm going to work in a slightly different order today because, yeah. So I think with Wound Man, I think anyone who is, I think Wound Man is mostly for my people who are already in a connection. That the people who are romantically interested in you do see that how much pain, how hard life has been on you, how much you have survived. I think they know that you have been through it, and they see that, and they see with Seven of Pentacles, they see your patience with yourself and with the process of healing this. You know, we saw in your energy check that you had some illusions shatter, and that you're working on a new beginning of moving away. And with we had the Six of Swords, which we were really talking about being, Six of Swords is always about moving on after kind of horrific conflict. And so that was there. And so I think, you know, for those of you in a connection already, your person really loves much how resilient you have shown yourself to be. Not that you know, not that you should have had to be resilient, but I think they've seen how much you have healed, how you haven't given up on yourself, and they absolutely love that about you. You know, with the 9 and 10 of Pentacles here, they see you as someone who, if you haven't already, you have the potential to have so much abundance. Like, this is the 9 of discs is ultimate independent abundance, self-sufficiency. Like, you can absolutely take care of all of your material needs. And the 10 says that you have gone beyond that and are taking care of a legacy. You're leaving a lasting thing for generations in the future are going to benefit from the abundance that you have created in this world. And they absolutely love that about you, whether you have accomplished that or not, or are working towards it, or whether it's just a potential. They see you as this beautifully abundant energy, and they absolutely love that about you. You know, we have, excuse me, we have the Seven of Swords as that. It's funny when I was reading this one, because I say it is not a traditional Seven of Swords. I think you do have probably a rapier wit, as they say. I think you are very witty. I think you're probably very good with comebacks. And while those might be painful sometimes, while you might end up with a little bit of karma to deal with about that, I I think they do appreciate the quick intellect here, um, because with this coming out next to the fountain coming out with this, I think if you do cause harm, like we saw in your last spread, you know how to soothe it, right? You can become the soft, cool, quenching balm for any hurts that you might accidentally inflict. And with this trauma here that we're seeing in Wound Man, I think that you have learned how to, in some ways, become that for yourself as well, to stop and slow down and really attend to your own wounds. Because with these two cards, I just hear, hurt people. And, it's not, people, some people use that as an excuse, and some people use that as a there's no excuse. But regardless, this is a pattern that happens. I've certainly done it myself, where my own pain ends up being something that I unconsciously project. And we are talking about what people who are romantically interested in you love about you. I think in some ways they do see any unintended stings as really coming out of your own story, and they're not holding it against you as a person. They're I think the people who are romantically physically interested in you give you grace when you do cause harm, um, because they love how quick your mind is, and they love how quick you are to apologize, to come back, to soothe, um, when it becomes clear to you. With the Queen of Swords, when it becomes clear to you what has happened. And so, okay, we're going to talk about the Queen of Swords, because people, talk about this being the Ice Queen. And I talk about her more often as someone who is done taking other people's nonsense. Um, and I think with all that you've been through, as patient as you've been with yourself, as much as you have worked on being this healing, stable person, we have with the Four of Wands, um, you know, you've done a lot of work in the world and on yourself, and that I think has left you with standards that other people maybe not always understand, right? But with this, so again, we're talking about romantic interests here. They see you as long term. This is, a marriage card, right? This is the 1111. This is the, at the very least, the structural stability of the passion and inspiration we see in fiery wands energy. Um, they see you as long term. Like, these are people who really, I think, want, they see potential in you for something much more stable than a one-off. And so when they're looking at you when you're in your Queen of Swords, Seven of Swords kind of energy, it's saying, you fought so hard with Wound Man. You fought so hard to become who you are, that, yeah, of course you have standards. Of course you don't settle for anybody who's trying to play the fool with you, because you've been there, and you stand up for yourself. So we're going to talk about these because they didn't come out as part of the main spread, but they came out kind of afterwards as context. So we have the Seven of Wands. Um, this is standing your ground. We have found family. We have hubris in a way. But I think, again, with the way the story of the Queen of Strays, these are the lost and forgotten, abandoned folks of the world who find family with each other because their family of origin was not where it was at. And so whatever this trauma of wound man was for you, I think you have learned to take care of other people. You know, you've had a hard life, you've had to work really hard, you've created this abundance, but you still have this scrappy kind of feral energy that you earned as a survivor. And so yeah, the Queen of Swords and this Seven of Wands, you are defending your position. I think you're not going to back down for people, and if that looks like hubris to them, I don't think you care. And they're seeing this in you, and I think really it's they see you as a survivor, they see you as a fighter, they see you as someone who is going to create what they want, what they need, who's going to take care of people, who's going to continue healing themselves, who is going to ultimately have this celebration, this happiness, this. And what's interesting is this came out upside down, and I wasn't sure that was the back of the card, but we weren't seeing this four of wands when we pulled the spread. And so I had to flip it over afterwards, and I was like, oh, there it is. And that's, you know, everything that happens in a reading is part of the reading. And so I really think with this four of wands, this might be something that you don't necessarily see for yourself, but the people who love you, who are interested in you in that way, absolutely see this for you. And that's one of the things that draws them, that they love so much about you, is that I feel like they want to be the fountain for you after all that you've been through. No, and I'm not saying that you need that from them, but they want to provide this stability and this soothing and this what you give to others. They want to give you a soft place to land, is really what's coming through here. And I love that for you. So we're going to clean this up and move on to what your colleagues, with all of these Pentacles cards that we have seen for you, what your colleagues love about you, admire about you, respect about you. Let's give it a shuffle. There's two. Are these what their colleagues like about them? It's entirely possible. Oh, what are you? Okay. Let's see. High Priestess and something of Swords. It might be the 8 or the 9. I'll have to look it up. So tell me more now about what my group. Whew, we'll see. Tell me about what my group 3's colleagues love, admire, respect about them. There's that again. All right. Keeps looking at us, so we're going to take it. Tell me again, Spirit. Oh, here. trying to keep all of these in frame, but I can't really see my camera from here. So hopefully we're doing all right. Tell me what Group 3's colleagues love about them. Group 3's colleagues. What do Group 3's colleagues, people they work with, love, admire, respect about them in the workplace? Tell me about this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me about this Eight of Swords. Tell me about this Eight of Swords. What my Group 3's colleagues love about them in this Eight of Swords. Tell me about this Eight of Swords. I really think that's what I'm trying to be there. And the King of Coins. Tell me about the King of Coins. Tell me about the King of Coins. Oop. This one here. Let's see. We'll scoot these over. So I got one of the few horizontal cards in this deck. We got Night Owl. We'll see. All right, we got these two extra cards. So, okay, so we have the High Priestess. We have what I think is the Eight of Swords. We have, what is this card? Okay, we have the King of Coins, the Knight of Cups, the Undaunted, which is one of the one-offs for this deck, the Two of Pentacles, the Hawk Moth. This is, I think, the Eight of Cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, Seven of Cups. Yeah, the Night Owl, and this is, I think, Dancing Death. So we'll look up our one-offs just to make sure. Let's see. Oh no, that's the Nine of Swords, not the Eight of Swords. That's the Nine of Swords. I miscounted, of course. Where are you? There it is, 118. Okay, so this is the end of a cycle. Change from uncertainty, which we saw in your energy check. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of Cups. The Night Owl. 132. The Night Owl is that thing you already know, but won't or can't admit it to yourself. We're again, you must be have really mastered apologies. So the Night Owl is that thing you already know, but don't or can't admit to yourself. It's knowing that something is your fault, or the only way to fix something is to apologize for what you did, or that he isn't right for you. It's a harsh wisdom, but a promise that you already have the tools you need to solve the problem. So there's that, and then we're going to talk about this death card, which I'm fairly certain they call the Dancing Death. And again, death in the tarot is not death, it's cycles. Things move and change and die. Yes, sometimes literally die. This is not a death to do with change as much as how we live in the change. This card is so simple. It just wants you to be happy. Dance on the grave of what ends in your life. You lived it. Yeah, we're seeing this in kind of all of your spreads, that you have lived a life, and yet you are still showing up. You're still creating. You're still being this force in the world of nature. I think we're talking about your colleagues here, and they do see you as someone who has gone through it. This Knight of Swords is anxiety, it's fear, it can be outright terror. This is, I think, one of the most intense Nines of Swords that I've seen, and it's just, yeah. Um, with this coming out as something your colleagues love about you, it's not that they love how fearful you are. It's that I think they love how you handle situations that could be causing upset. You have the Undaunted. This is, this is the fey creature who, should have been. I'm trying to remember. So I've just seen the Undaunted in another reading that I did, and it has. It's basically what it says on the what it says on the tin, but it has a little bit more of a mythic kind of quality to it, and I think that mythic quality is part of what they see in you with that high priestess. We said with all the wands cards that you had this that you were a very intuitive person, and definitely I think that comes through whatever it is that you do for a living, that your intuition is something that your colleagues see that they can rely on you for. But then with the Undaunted, um, is unabashed self certainty, living as yourself in complete power, unafraid. There is a rawness here that is humbling to behold, but be careful. Being unabashedly yourself can often lead you to disregard other viewpoints or other people entirely. Now, we know that you're not doing that because we saw all of those ways that you have learned to play well with others, to take care of those around you. But I think, you do have, you know who you are with all that you've been through. You know, you have a good attitude about it. Um, but really, so much of what's coming through here is that you are someone who has a sense of ease with these cycles of life, the cycles of death and rebirth that are inevitable, that come with life, that you handle them well. Like, that's just the theme of so many of these cards. We have the King of Coins here, who is someone who has absolutely mastered their abundance, and we've seen that already in you when we had the 9 and 10 of coins. They are seeing you as this authority figure, as this leader in when it comes to money. And so, yeah, I can feel, and so I'm trying to work through it, but I can feel so heavily how much you've had to fight to get to where you are, how much you have gone through that has brought you to this point. And I really want to honor that in you. And I think everybody else that you meet also does. I want to look up one more time the hawk moth, because there's something yeah, okay, yeah, cycles, cycles, apologies, you know, clarity in yourself. The two of of Pentacles here is someone who knows how to delegate, who knows how to juggle. I think you really have mastered that. Your colleagues certainly see that in you. With the Seven of Cups coming out here in a work setting as a positive, I think you see options that other people hadn't even thought of. I think they seem very clear to you, in ways that continually surprise people. Yeah, see, new projects, new ideas, choices, and options across the board. I think you see whatever it is that you do for work here that's bringing you all of this abundance, all of this authority when it comes to money. I think it is about this ability that you have to see many different ways of creating that abundance. This came out with the Knight of Cups, which is a really interesting card because the Knight of Cups is kind of it's that crushy energy that, in a way, is how I often think of it. But this is not a love reading. And so when I see the Knight of Cups in a spread like this, I kind of have to, pause and be like, wait, what? So I'm gonna look that up real quick, but I think yeah, I think in a lot of ways this Knight of Cups goes with this Night Owl. This is about your kindness. Your colleagues see your kindness. They see your willingness to apologize, but they see that you're focusing on the good. Here again with the Seven of Cups. You see all of the good, the potential for good at work. And your colleagues really love that about you. Excuse me while I take another drink of water. Is there anything else here, Spirit? I'm being drawn to, there's so much transformation energy between the moth, and for some reason that's what these colors here are giving me. But yes, the moth, yes, the dancing death. This is really, even the High Priestess, they don't know how you do it, but they see how you have transformed whatever it is, like whatever kind of work you do. You bring a transformational energy with you. And I'm wondering, again, with this Nine of Swords, I'm wondering if this might be the kind of environments you come into, and you come in and just completely turn around the entire work culture with your attitude, with your willingness to address the concerns and to restructure where needed and to make the changes that you need to make. And your colleagues love that about you. Cool. All right. We're going to do one last section, and it's going to be what strangers or people who follow you on social media or acquaintances, basically people who don't really know you very well, but who encounter you and as you go about your daily life, we're going to see what they love, respect, admire about you. Get these back in the deck here. Some of these cards have deliberate flaws. There's like this whole like lore with this deck that is so immersive that I actually really love it. But like I say, I appreciate your patience with me as I work my way through some of the less traditional depictions of cards. All right, one more. All right. Tell me, Spirit, what do strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships, what do they love about my group? Number threes. All right, what do we have? We have lightning in a bottle. Nice. Ace of Wands. Three of Swords. We'll get to that. And yet another. Okay, pile three. You may or may not, but I'm having to say it because you keep getting the different, like all of the different death cards in your spreads here. If you don't have Scorpio in your chart somewhere, like I don't even know, but there's, or maybe you have like significant Pluto aspects, but there is a transformational energy that you just carry with you that like enters the room before you do. And that is just coming through so loud in this spread. So tell me about lightning in a bottle. What? Oh no, really? Okay. All right. Tell me about the Ace of Wands, about what strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships like love about my group threes. Come here. Tell me about what strangers. Okay, I am taking this one. This has been haunting your reading. It's just never hit the table. And I like it here the best, I think. And the Three of Swords, actually. Yeah, that goes there. That goes there. Tell me about this Ace of Wands again here. About what strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships, love, admire, respect, assume positively about group threes. Nope, 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 nope. Too many. Ace of Wands. Tell me about the Ace of Wands. Sorry, you guys. I am getting... Okay, get back here. You have also been haunting the reading. Are you about the Ace of Wands? No, you're about the death. So Ace of Wands is resisting a clarifier. Not you. Ace of Wands. Okay, fine. Queen of Pentacles. There. All right. Sorry, I'm getting tired, you guys. It's like super hot where I live right now, and it's making me sleepy. All right. So I'm just going to say it because it is here in all sorts of ways. We talked before with all of those Wands cards about how attractive you are. And that is really coming through here with so when the Three of Swords hit the table, I immediately thought you're a heartbreaker. And I think that is something that people just assume that you are out there breaking hearts left and right. Like, not obviously, this is something they like about you, but I think you are such a temptation to them that uh, they start saying, you know, trying to counter it with, oh yeah, you would absolutely break their heart, and they know it. So lightning in a bottle. There are two of them in this deck, and I think this is the one that is like synchronicities. The stars had to align just right for whatever this is. Good luck to strike. So I think they do see you as someone who good things happen to. And I mean, obviously, these are strangers, they don't know your story, but they see you as someone who, you know, the world the world lined up to make you to get you success. And you couldn't have planned it. It's just they just see you as a very lucky person. You know, with the lovers here, um, it's possible that some of them, because we are talking about acquaintances too, so anybody who might have that context for you knows that you've had to make difficult choices. Because I'm looking at this and thinking of traditional the traditional meaning of the lovers before we, you know, superimposed the modern soulmate energy on it. The lovers was about making a choice that would change your life. And so with that coming out underneath this lightning in a bottle, I think some of them know that you just happen to make the right choices to get you to the success that you have earned. This is together, this is manifesting energy. So I don't know if they're thinking that you are this just master manifester. Like, this is giving the magician without any of the shady manipulative aspects that the magician can have. This is giving you made the right choice at a crucial time, and the universe fell in line in your favor. And I can't ignore the imagery on this one. You could have lost someone very important to you, and they could know that. I know those of us who have had significant losses can carry that energy in ways that have become so normal to us we don't understand that people are picking up on. But that's another thing with all the different versions of death that keep coming out in your reading. It is possible that that is part of your vibe that people pick up on. I'm trying to see which version of death this one is. Stubborn death, death rebirth, death fire, death blood, death motel, death dancing, death riding, death shovel. So this iteration of death is sometimes coming to peace with change, is realizing that change needn't have happened, that something wasn't truly done just yet. When that happens, you take up your shovel and dig that corpse back up. At its best, this is recognizing an error and trying to make right. Man, with that apology energy is so that amends energy, you know, it's possible too that there you have a history of addiction that would make a lot of sense with some of these other energies that we've seen in your spread, and that you've had to make amends in ways that consistently command respect from the people who are in your world, whether they're strangers or not. Anyways, this is giving space to something you didn't give proper space to before. At its worst, this is nostalgia, coming back to something and deciding not to let go. This is rarely dangerous, but recognize when it's time to put the thing back. So, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I think, again, you are quick to make amends, whether that's, gone out of whether that is because you're in a recovery and that's emphasized, or if you just learned that as a life skill. I think I think that's something that people recognize in you, that you are quick to take responsibility for any mistakes. We have the Ace of Wands here. I think they do see you as a very passionate, inspired person that comes through to strangers, and they see you taking care of people, which we saw, in some of the other sections with the Queen of Strays and the Fountain and all of these things. The Queen of Pentacles is someone who takes their abundance and uses it to help others. They turn their abundance into service for their community. And so they definitely see you in that. And so I don't know if maybe we've seen that you have done well for yourself financially. This could be your legacy that you are creating here, uh, is something of service to the community. And the way this card is showing up in this kind of reading, I can see you, um, you know, organizing soup kitchen kinds of things for your community, or um, working with youth centers or whatever, just giving back, I think, to the community because you have done so well, and because that matters to you. This last card, this 9 here, I want to see which 9 it is. I have a feeling, because it's one of the ones that always takes me by surprise because it doesn't look like what it is. We've had the 9 of Pentacles in your reading. We have had the 9 of Swords in your reading. So this is Wands. Yeah. And this is it's such a happy looking 9 of Wands card. And I think it's the colors of it that just always give me such sweet, innocent vibes, and that's not what the Nine of Wands is about. And so I have a really hard time with this one. But this is okay, we'll just read. For all your fight, all your weapons, all your losses, scars, and pain, there is always room for growth, rest, and patience. You are fatigued, but you have fought to have this space. Use it to regain your energy, maybe to start something new, pure, untouched by all the hardship you've endured thus far. You can if you want. I'm sorry, that's your reading, in a nutshell, in this one card. And I think, we saw at the beginning that you're coming out of some shattered illusions and starting new with something. And so the last line from the book for this card is persistence, courage, the triumph, barely standing. All of these are this card. You are still standing. You can start something new. And but this is still coming out in the section of your spread about what strangers see about you, this resilience, that you have worked so hard for. Because all resilience takes work, it takes courage, it takes uh, determination. And we've seen in all of these spreads how much you have that. And even people who don't know you very well, they see this about you. And it's very possible with this energy here that this is something, if you post on social media at all, this is something that your followers would have more access to knowing about you than some of these other things, like like the people on the street who are just like, wow, they're hot. But yeah. And it's possible that this new beginning that you're coming into, because since these come out with the shovel death, you might be resurrecting something that you had thought was done for this new chapter of your life. We had the blank at the beginning. That's it for you, having a new blank canvas. But you might have something in your past that deserves another look. And like, I wasn't looking for advice for this pile, but for this reading at all. But that is coming through. In case you want it, take it or leave it. But yeah, I'm going to end you there. Um, Thank you so much for sharing your energy with me. This has been a really interesting reading so far. I'm loving doing these. I'm gonna try to remember to keep these in the rotation on the regular, because this has just been such a fun thing to read. So thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope you have a wonderful day or night wherever you are. If you liked this reading, please engage with it, like it, comment. I would love to hear how it landed for you. Subscribe, share. This channel is new. I'm slowly but surely getting it off the ground here. And so any engagement that you could give me is wildly helpful at this stage. So thank you so much for that. Yes, have a wonderful day or night wherever you are in the world, and take care. Bye. Hi, Group 4. If you chose the Literary Tarot and this Tiger's Eye crystal, then this is your reading today. A little bit about Tiger's Eye: amplifies the ability to attract good luck and fortune, and is a great stone when clear business decisions are imperative. It stimulates intuition and brings an understanding of the deep core issues that may be blocking the flow of success and abundance, and enhances awareness and mental clarity while providing a grounding and balanced energy for the third chakra. So that's just a little bit about the stone that you chose. And now we are going to get into your reading, all about what people love about you. And I have had so much fun with this reading in the other groups. It's just been such a nice, balanced look at your energy, and like the ways that you show up as a person, and the ways that just different people respond to the energy that you put off. It's been a lot of fun. So all right, Spirit, tap me in to the energies of Group 4. We're going to start with an energy check here, kind of to give me an idea of where you're at in life right now, who you are as a person. So this will be for you to make sure that you are in the right pile, and for me to get some context for the rest of the reading. If this part does not resonate, but you're really drawn to this pile, it could still absolutely be for you. But I'm just really this will inform the rest of the reading, so be aware of that as you go forward. We're just going to see who you are so that get a handle on your energy here. So, oh, Spirit, help me be a clear channel for this energy for group 4. Tap me into the energy and help me bring forward the truest, most accurate information. Thank you. So, Spirit, tell me who my group 4s are. Energy check for group 4. Who is group 4? Ooh, doesn't want to come out. Okay. Who is group 4? Group 4. Are these all? Group 4. So you have the 4 of parchment, the 8 of quills, the Hierophant, and the 8 of light. So this is, let's see, how's that showing up on camera? Let's go this way a little bit further. 4 of Pentacles, 8 of Swords, the Hierophant, and the 8 of Cups in this deck. Actually, I've been doing 6 cards, so we'll do it like this. Okay. I'm sorry, I am filming your group on a different day, much later than the other 3. So I'm having to get back into the... Ooh, this one really wants to come out. Okay. The World. Nice. Okay. And the Lovers. All right. All right, let's look at this. So, the 4 of Parchment tells me that you feel like you have worked towards something that that you've achieved in your life, and you're holding on to it. You're being very careful about what to do with it. It can be a little bit of a hoarding, kind of miserly energy in some instances. That's why you'll see this is the story here that they've paired with it is a Christmas Carol. But I don't always read it as the full Ebenezer Scrooge archetype. It could just be that you're being very cautious right now. The 8 of Quills, the 8 of Swords here, tells me that you are feeling trapped in some way. And so it would make sense to me that you are hanging on to what you have because you're not sure how to get out of whatever situation it is that you're feeling trapped by. With the Hierophant here, I think it's pretty clear that you have a respect for tradition. There is something that you feel is a right way to be. And that could be what's keeping you stuck, is that you're not sure how to be that moving forward, or you're making sure that you show up in integrity with this whatever traditional spiritual path or religion, or just so the Hierophant really is it's talking about someone in a long-standing tradition. It's the card of Taurus, and it's a very grounded, it's been around for a very long time, has very established rules to it. And so this could be what has you in this 8 of Quills, 8 of Swords energy, and that you want to honor this. And so you're feeling a little stuck. The 8 of Light here shows walking away from emotional ties that no longer serve you. And so, since, I was putting this here because the rest of the reading has 4 across the top, I wonder if this was a love reading, I would read this like you were leaving a relationship. So that is possible. But I'm also wondering if there is something in this Hierophant energy that you recognize is what's keeping you stuck. And that's why, and that's what you're having to, it's a very emotional decision for you to walk away from that, to move on to something that will fulfill you. Because I'm putting this back in the position that it was in, because following that we have the World. The World is the ultimate major arcana completion of a cycle. You have reached this end goal, so it is both the end and a new beginning. But it's a very um, it's a very big part of your life. This is going to be monumental. This ending of cycle in your life is it's a big deal. It's not a little thing. And so if I were reading these linearly, so now I'm going to take and put the Hierophant here, you could be walking away from a tradition that had been guiding your life up till now and ending that cycle and starting another one. This Lover's card, um, it can be a relationship. Like I say, if this was a love reading, I would be reading this as you leaving one relationship, ending that cycle, and starting a new one. This is not a love reading. So, but that could be how this manifests for you. But this could also just be because the Lovers traditionally was a card of um, big life changing decision between two, making a choice between two options that will be a huge impact on your life. And yeah. So you are in the process, wherever you are, you're in a process of getting out of this energy of stagnation, of holding, of not being unsure which direction to go in. And that looks like we're going to leave your energy check section there, and then we're going to move into the full reading. So the reading today is very in depth, where we're going to talk about what people love about you, and we're going to start with family and friends. What your family and friends love about you. So let's give these another quick shuffle. All right. So, Spirit, tell me, what do group fours, family and friends, love about them? Their inner circle. Talking about their inner circle. What do they love about them? This wants to come out too. All right. What do we have? Six of Light, the 10 of Quills. Magician. Ooh. This one is trying to escape. All right. Tell me, Spirit, about group fours, family and friends. What do they love about my group fours? Group fours, family and friends. Tell me what group fours, family and friends love about them. Tell me more about the Ten of Quills. Quills. So something wanted to come out, but it didn't. Tell me about the Ten of Quills and what group four's friends and family and inner circle love about them. And we have the Eight of Quills again. Interesting. And Six of Parchment. All right. All right. One more card, please, Spirit, for what group four's friends and family love about them. Okay. We have both of the magicians in this deck came out for you. So we have Six of Light, Ten of Quills, the Magician, the Eight of Parchment, the Wheel of Fortune, the Eight of Quills again, the Six of Parchment, and the Magician. So Six of Light is the Six of Cups. There is a childlike, not childish, but childlike joy and wonder and nostalgia and kind of innocence that this card carries. I think that you are very in tune with your inner child. I think you are probably, because of that, very good with actual children if you have children in your life. The and I think they really, with this depiction of the Six of Cups is it's Tom Sawyer, and I think he's trying to steal this pie. But this is giving, for me, that you really enjoy the sweet things in life, that you are very much, we had the Hierophant there at the beginning, so I'm already thinking of Taurus energy, but the way Taurus loves their sensory comforts, their good food, and their comfortable home. But this is in a very, and it's in a very childlike kind of, the way that children have joy in things. And sometimes when they really love a food, they love it with their whole being. And I think you have that quality that your friends and family see about you that, other people may not get that side of you. But I think that that is one of the things that people in your inner circle really enjoy about you. With the Wheel of Fortune that came out underneath it, this is really a card of changing cycles, the cycles of life and the ups and downs that comes with it. But usually, and especially in the upright, it has to do with positive cyclical change. And so I think part of this, the innocence that we see in the Six of Cups here, is that sort of mutable quality. Even though we've been talking about Taurus, I think you are also able to roll with the changes that life brings your way. I think your friends and family have seen you go through cycles of life, and they've seen you handle them with grace. They have seen that you don't stay stagnant, that you are able to recover, that you don't stay stuck for too long, because we saw in your energy check that you are in a transition period where you are feeling stuck. But this is really telling me that those who know you best and longest, one of the things they love about you is your ability to move through that, to not stay there. Okay, so these are some interesting, the next two cards here are very interesting cards to have come out in a reading about what people love about you, because the Ten of Quills is the Ten of Swords, the Eight of Quills, the Eight of Swords, kind of goes very much, is set against in a way, but not, because duality is not really about for or against, it's just about life and containing all the things, right? So the Ten of Swords is generally one of the quote unquote worst cards in the deck. This is an over. It could be just be. Here's the okay. Let me back up for a second. Swords is thinking. Swords are the mind, and so this can just be a card of overthinking yourself to the point of burnout. Okay. Um, it is generally seen as a disaster card, kind of card, where everything has gone wrong that could go wrong, and even things that you didn't think could go wrong have also gone wrong. And so, with that coming out, with again the Eight of Swords, which is of being trapped in your own mind, I think your friends and family have seen you go through it. And this could be a present energy that they are witnessing in you, that you have had some kind of major, devastating loss in your life, and you are feeling stuck after that. And if that's not going on for you now, it could be something that has happened in the past that your friends and family witnessed. And you'll know because this is your story, but they've seen you do this, and then with the magician here, they've seen you come out of it. So we're really talking again, it's just a deeper look into this message of being able to roll with it, not not staying stuck here, even though you have periods of time where you are. They do see that you, with the magician, can manifest your way out. You know how. The magician knows how to use all of the tools at their disposal to create the life they want. And so they're seeing you in this energy of really, this isn't, sometimes the magician is can be seen and read as a kind of a manipulative energy, making, the world around bow down to his whims. But that's not this magician, right? This magician has been working long hours into the night with these candles here, um, and really assessing everything he has and alchemizing it into the life that he wants. So this is really something that your friends and family love about you, that you correctly assess what you have available to you, and I think you put it together in creative ways that they wouldn't have even thought of. But it's because you know they're looking at the pieces, and you're alchemizing them and putting them together and making magic for yourself, right? This is the magician. And with that coming out with the Six of Parchment, Six of Pentacles here is generosity. It's balancing give and take, and it's not just that you are manifesting the life that you want and creating the life that you want. um, you do have that creative energy, but you use it in ways that serve both you and the the people around you. You take care of your friends and family, you take care of your community with this without depriving yourself. I think this is something that's very, very much a part of your personality, and your friends and family just love that about you. With the Eight of Parchment here, they do see how hard you work, right? This isn't just the manifestor energy of that people talk about, and with a slight toxic positivity lens to it, of you just imagine yourself getting it and it comes to you. Yes, you're in flow with these magician cards and the Wheel of Fortune, but you work you work hard. You put it in all the effort that it takes, and you know the value of that hard work. And then really with your spread doubling down on the magician here is your friends and family have seen you manifest so much more abundance than I think they would have expected from you, or than they even knew was possible. You you might be with these cards here with the Wheel of Fortune. You might be a cycle breaker. You might be the first one in your line who doesn't stay stuck after disaster, who this is curse breaker kind of energy, generational curse breaking energy, is overcoming the things that kept your family stuck, and really knowing what it takes to overcome that without losing sight of, you have so many sixes and eights in your spread so far. We've had three of the eights, and we're only in the first like real section. And we had sixes with the lovers, and this the six of cups and the six of uh, pentacles, and there is balance and joy and um, very in tune with the universe energy, just in your spread in general. And so, yeah, is there anything else here, Spirit, for group fours, friends and family, and what they love about them? I'm being drawn to the sun imagery, even here in this card of disaster. The sun is still shining. The sun is shining here, and this is obviously a very gilded kind of deck, but is that, you might have a little bit of a gambler energy to you that's just coming through right now with this roulette wheel. But yeah, let's see. But it's not in a toxic way. Like this doesn't seem to be in an unhealthy way at all. And we are asking, what they love about you. So sometimes I get extra messages though. So I do think that you are very good at manipulating the circumstances of your life in your favor. And that's not a judgment. Like we're reclaiming manipulation uh around here as an energy of kind of, this is not sneaky narcissistic energy. This is knowing how to, how do I say it? It's like you know. So okay, so Eight of Parchment is Phantom of the Opera, and we have the kind of pulling the strings, right, of the entire opera house, and that has a dark connotation to it, as well as the spider webs here in the background of this magician card. I think, though, what's really coming through is how much you've been able to master your world. It includes knowing. We talked with a magician about how you know how to use all of your resources to create the world that you want. And part of that, and part of this hard work with the Eight of Parchment, is knowing how to be with people in a way that they want to help you when you ask. And that it's not, And I don't mean that you're just out there being sneaky and shady and manipulating people. That's not what this reading is. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about creating the relationships in your life where your community knows you as someone who is worthy of their help and who will use any of their help responsibly. I think they really, your close friends and family, they see this about you, and they kind of have a glimpse in that way behind the scenes of your success, is that you know how to how how to make people feel good about helping you in the best way. I just I just looked at this. I think the 6 of Pentacles is Les Mis, the story. I think this is Valjean and the priest giving him the silver that he doesn't need in the foreground here. So you do, whether you're Valjean or the priest in this instance, this is that balance of giving and receiving, of knowing what you need and where your resources are best invested. And that goes along with your relationships, with your community, with knowing how to invest that. I think your friends and family really do see you as being masterful on that level. All right. I think that's the end of this section of the reading. We're going to move on to asking about friends, not friends, your romantic interests, or I should say, people who are interested in you romantically, those who, like, whether you are in a partnership or not, this is people who want to be in relationship with you, why they think you're a good partner or would be a good partner, or those kinds of things. So that's the next section. I have been shortening that down to romantic interests just for the sake of not explaining that whole paragraph every time. Give this a good shuffle. And we're going to find out what people who are interested in you romantically and physically, if you know what I mean. We're not going too deeply into that part, but that has come through in a couple of the groups. So we're leaving space for some of that to come through. But we're going to find out what they love about you. Those who are romantically interested in you. All right. Spirit, tell me about group 4. Tell me about group 4's romantic interests. People who are romantically, physically interested in my group 4s. What did they love about them? Okay, don't panic. This is not a bad card. Group 4. People who are romantically interested in group 4. Woo. People who are romantically interested in group 4. Knight of Parchment. Okay. What else? People who are romantically interested in group 4. What do they love about them? And if this part of the reading is not for you, you can come back, go get a snack or something, come back, and we will be talking about your colleagues next. Okay. Sure that. But this is about people who are romantically interested in you. All right. Spirit, tell me about death. Tell me about this death card. two. There's one hiding. Okay. And the lovers. Tell me about the lovers. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but what is that? Yep. Okay. Queen of Ink. That's the Queen of Wands. Oh, goodness. Are these for your reading? I believe that they are. Okay. Let's do this. So we have gotten a few extra cards in some of the readings, so we're going to go with it for this one too. So I'm going to put these over here like this. So we have Death, we have the Knight of Parchment, the Lovers, the Five of Ink, that's Five of Wands, the Ten of Light, Ten of Cups, Page of Ink is the Page of Wands, the Queen of Wands, the Fool, the Ace of Wands, and the Three of Parchment, Three of Pentacles. Okay, so I think you're my spicy pile. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I think this is my spicier group of folks here. But all right, let's get into it. So with the Death card, my first thought when it hit the table was Scorpio energy, and whether you have Scorpio placements or not, Scorpio is a little bit more of a kinky energy, and I hope I can say that on YouTube. But so that is entirely possible that you give off D-type energy that the people who are romantically interested in you very much enjoy. But it's also transformation, is the actual thing of the card. So I think you know how to keep things interesting. I think they, some people, some of us, I will put myself in this category, are drawn to people who facilitate transformation, which again can be a very sort of dominant trait. So that is definitely something that people enjoy about you. Scorpio also includes power dynamics and taboos and things like that. So I do think you're probably very open-minded in the bedroom, and people enjoy that. With that coming out with the 10 of Cups, this is, ultimate emotional fulfillment, joy. Yeah. So we have our character here, leading table, toasting, big group of friends here. This is party energy. You might be very social. You might like to party a lot, but this is very emotionally fulfilling, joyful energy. And, joy can be very, very attractive. And I think being able to have this large circle of friends and celebrate with people and know how to appreciate, the successes that you've had. I think the people who are romantically interested in you very much enjoy your celebratory energy. I think you like I say, you like a party, but it's not in like this is not frat boy energy. This is just someone who, and like we saw with the Six of Cups and the other spread, of liking to celebrate life, of seeing the joy and the pleasure, and really savoring all of that, however it shows up. The Knight of Parchment tells me that you can be a very slow, deliberate mover with your romantic interests. We had Taurus energy come up before. I think that you do take your time in all aspects of relationships. We'll say it like that. I think you know how to slow down and really respond to the moment instead of charging ahead like most of our other nights. Um, and that you're the people who, yeah, this is by far the spiciest pile I have had. So I'm enjoying it, but yeah, I'm feeling some kind of way about it too. Um, I think they enjoy that you're willing to take your time. And with the page of wands here, the page of ink, um, you are also adventurous and eager to try new things. This is giving experimentalist energy. I think this can be, with whether you're dealing with one person or having experiences with many different kinds of people. There is um, definitely an energy here of um, being eager to explore all facets, all positions, all sorts of different dynamics and interactions and scenarios with the Page of Wands. Uh, and that, yeah, your people really love that. The Lover's energy here again. This particular Lover's card is, this is a forbidden love story. This is The Age of Innocence, I believe, by Edith Wharton. And he, in that book, is engaged to someone else, and she is in the middle of like a messy divorce or something like that. But they are making eyes at each other because there is just some kind of chemistry between them. And so it's not the sneakiness that I'm picking up on here, it's the oh my god, I'm trying to say this for YouTube and uh and not get in too much trouble, but I'm thinking of being at a party with someone, and how do I say this? Okay. So let's say you and your partner are at a party and you have a very specific dynamic, and you are in this more dominant energy, and your partner is acting in ways that are designed to push your buttons, let's say. And but you got, even though you are doing separate things at this party, you're aware of this, and I see you kind of like counting um, subtly on your, you know, so that they know that they're pushing your buttons. And we'll leave it there. Um, I do think you know how to build tension in unspoken ways. Let's just put it like that. I think that you have mastered the art of communicating a lot with eye contact, with body language. And I think the people that you are in these kinds of relationships with very much enjoy that level of tension and play, but also communication. Like, a lot of people don't know how to communicate without words. And I think that's just one of the ways that's like foreplay for you. I can say there's so much coming out here, and I'm really trying to build this channel, so I can't go too deep into it. Queen of Wands, um, honestly, I just think that you are very attractive physically. I think you're very attractive. We've seen you're very social. And I think that obviously that is something that your people who are romantically interested in you enjoy. The Five of Wands is a card of conflict, but it's a card generally of more playful conflict. I think you're a flirt when you want to be. I think you're very good at flirting and banter. And yeah, with the Fool, I think you're someone who does, when you see something that you like, you tend to go after it. Um, this is giving, I would rather embarrass myself by going after something and being rejected than miss out on an opportunity because I never tried. I think I think nothing holds you back when you're seriously interested in someone. Ace of Wands here, um, Ace of Ink, Ace of Wands. So I'm looking at this card, but I am seeing the more traditional versions of this card. It, if you are uh, if you were assigned male at birth, I think you are very well endowed with that, possibly. But the other way this can be read is I think you're very passionate, and we have a lot of kind of beginning energy here with the Page of Wands, with the Fool. Now here with the Ace of Wands, there could be fire in your chart, or you just could be a very passionate person. But I do think you go for the things that you want. And with the Three of Parchment here, the Three of Pentacles, we've talked a lot about your, shall we say, leadership qualities. Um, in romance, but this is a very collaborative energy. I do think, you're not the dictator. You are, the guide, but you are, I think you view relationships as a collaborative endeavor and something that you are building together, that you are hoping will stand the test of time. We've had a lot of very spicy energy in this group, but I think that you are commitment oriented. I do think you want to build something long term. Maybe not with everybody you interact with, but I think that is who you are as a person, and that's something that definitely comes through in your energy. I think people see you as someone they could build with long term. Whew. What do we have here? Anything else? I mean, I think we've covered it as much as we can in a reading like this. So I'm going to go ahead and put these back in the deck, and then we're going to find out what your colleagues and coworkers really love about you. Whew. Group 4. You are reminding me of someone I know in real life, and that's part of my reason I'm getting flustered. Is there's very much an energy here that feels familiar. So if you are here because you are cyber stalking me, say hi. If you are not, I hope you are enjoying this energy as much as I am. This is, this is most definitely, something I'm enjoying doing, but And I am feeling ever so slightly flustered because a lot of this energy is something I associate with a very specific person. So, all right, moving on. Whew. All right, Spirit, tell me about Group Four's colleagues, people who work with Group Four or who are participating in some way in their career. What does Group Four's colleagues love about them? That one keeps poking out, so we're going to definitely take that one. All right. Group Four's colleagues. Tell me what Group Four's colleagues love about working with them, admire, respect. What do Group Four's colleagues love about working with them? So the star is giving Aquarius energy. Do that, and that wants to come out too. Group Four's colleagues. Okay, the star, the Four of Pentacles, the Two of Swords, and the King of Cups. Interesting. You know, we've seen the Four of Parchment before, but the context matters here. Okay. What do we... Oh, the star clarified by the star. Well then, tell me how you really feel. Okay. Four of Parchment. Spirit, tell me about the Four of Parchment and what Group Four's colleagues love about them. What do Group Four's colleagues love about them? Working with them. What do they admire, respect, appreciate? That's it. Group Four's colleagues. People who work with Group Four. What do they love about them? Tell me about this Two of Quills. Tell me about the Two of Quills and what Group Four's colleagues love about them. Okay. Oh, no, it's this one. Okay. You have gotten, yeah. You might have Gemini in your chart, and with the star here, Aquarius as well. But you have gotten, there are 3 lovers cards in this deck, and you have gotten all 3, and you are the only one to have, oh, this one's in there, and it shouldn't be. So we're definitely taking that, because that one was turned upside down for some reason. All right. I don't really want to end on that card. Is there anything else here, Spirit? No. Huh. Fine. It's supposed to be 5s for this section. All right. Let's talk about it. So first of all, with the star energy, which is obviously the loudest energy on your deck because it came out twice. So I think the people who work with you really love your big picture thinking. I think they love your optimism. This is so the star is Aquarius energy, and it's describes someone usually who really cares about the collective, but it's also about the light after a period of darkness. And I think, you know, you have seen wow, so like if you are in a leadership position at your company, which I can see that being some of this energy, but um I think you have seen your business through some dark times. Certainly, if you have been in a position over the last several years, there have been a lot of changes for businesses that have been things to manage. Um, you know, the between COVID and the tariffs and whatnot, have all taken a toll on businesses around the world, no matter where you are. But I think you have been a light in some way for your company or for your colleagues. You have been this light in the darkness for them. I think they really enjoy, yeah, your optimism and your leadership qualities here. Um, in a way, it's like you have a healing presence. Like they think they can get through a bad day, a bad week, a bad meeting for that matter, because of the energy that you bring to the room. And it seems very just to be fundamental to who you are that you are able to do this for them. Um, with this Four of Pentacles again, coming out with the Two of Ink, here we see what we saw earlier in your reading, that you are careful with money. You are fiscally responsible at work. And the Two of Ink is another manifesting card. This is that you are planting seeds that will grow in the future. So I think your colleagues see that you've made and continue to make wise decisions in business that don't overstretch yourself or your company or your department or whatever it is, but that you hold on to your assets while planting seeds for more. You're very good at physical growth in whatever way that is. So with the Two of Quills here, this is generally, Two of Swords is often an energy of indecision. Um, it's like you can't see which path is the correct one to take. And a lot of this is kind of mirroring your main energy check. So I'm wondering if you're not more focused on work right now than in other aspects of your life. But I think your colleagues have seen you have difficult decisions to make. And, you know, the Lovers is also another card of decisions, choices, life changing choices. Both of these cards together are really telling me that your colleagues have seen you have to choose whether to follow your heart or your head. And really, actually, moving, yeah, of course. And this could be what they're seeing now. I think they're watching you make decisions, hard decisions, because the King of Cups here is someone who has mastered his emotions and who knows how to balance the heart and the head. He knows how to ride that line where he's honoring both. And I really see that that is how your colleagues are seeing you, as someone who knows how to make those really hard decisions. You know, Five of Quills came out, and I was wanting to not like have that be the final card of this section of your reading. And so I pulled more and I got the Five of Light. So here again, we have light as emotions, that's cups. quills is swords, that's the head. Fives are cards of conflict. Usually the Five of Swords is a card of um, it's a lose-lose battle, a fight to the death in a way where nobody walks away feeling good about it. And the Five of Cups generally is a card of emotional devastation in a way. It's so like the story that's being shown on the card here is Gatsby looking across the water to the green light of her name is escaping me at the moment. Anyways, if you know Gatsby, you know the story. But his, the missed opportunity, the one that got away or whatever, um, and so it's a card of depression and of breakup energy. He has everything else, but he doesn't have the thing that he wants. And this is, you know, like I say, the Five of Quills is usually someone who has fought so hard and then the victory is empty. And so with these two coming out as your final energy for what your colleagues love about you, I think this is a little weird of an interpretation. I can't explain why it's what's coming through, but I think they have seen how much passion and determination you bring to the success of whatever work you're doing. Like, these are the energies of someone who does not give up to their detriment sometimes. And, it's possible that they have seen you take personal losses in service to the vision you have for your work in whatever way that is. Um, and that's why I think they've seen you agonize over some of these decisions you've had to make. If you had to lay people off because, you just hit a financial hardship or whatever, as careful as you were with your money, as wise as your investments were, things still happen that you don't want to happen. I think you're the kind of person who sees your colleagues, coworkers, subordinates. I am really getting a lot of boss energy. It's like not in the cards, but it's in the energy. I think you want to take care of everyone you work with in a way. I think you like being this star. In a way, that's the Aquarius energy, right? It's Aquarius knows how to what the collective needs and is happy to go about doing that, but kind of in a behind the scenes sort of way. But I think more of the energy that you bring to all this hard work that you do comes through than you're aware of, probably. And your colleagues really love how passionate you are about all of the aspects of your business life, your career life, your career successes. This is someone who we saw that magician energy before. And I think that's the way this comes through in your career, is that you just want it all to be right. You want your coworkers to be happy. You want the business to succeed. You want it to fulfill in some way your passions. You do have to make hard decisions. And I think your colleagues see you balancing all of this so well, really. Like, I think they know that it takes a lot out of you, but that you would be willing to sacrifice yourself in that way is very inspiring to them. Okay, I'm going to leave this section there, and we are going to move on to our final section, which is what do strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships, internet friends, etc., what do they love about you? So it's basically it's people who don't know you very well, but who see you around. What do they love about you? And I don't think I ever explained for this deck that I have got it because I got it on Kickstarter. I bought some of the booster packs that come with it. So that's why we have seen 2 magicians and 2 stars and 2 lovers cards, 3 lovers cards. I think you've gotten most of the duplicates in this deck have all come out in your reading, and for me that's the card saying, yeah, I said what I said. But yeah. All right, one more shuffle, and then we're gonna find out what strangers love about you, admire, respect. Since they don't know you, they don't love you, but there are things, you know, we don't even know as we're going about our daily lives, you know, buying groceries and getting coffee in the morning. People see us, and we've got the moon, of course. That's, I said of course because that's another one of the cards in this deck that has duplicates. Woo! What's that? Oh, the strength. Cool. So moon is Pisces, sometimes Cancer. Oh, there's 2 here. Oh my gosh, you have the lovers again. Wow. It's going to come out here. I did not even know those 2 were together. All right then. Well, I don't know what your energy is because you're getting all this major arcana for what strangers think about you. So you must move in very powerful ways. Must have an energy that just lets people know you're not someone to be messed with, for sure. Like, not in a bad way, just as far as, you know, there's some people who just like attract a lot of attention that people assume are very powerful, just because of how they move through the world. And I'm getting that from you here. One more card for the top row, Spirit, for how strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships. Okay, we're gonna see if one of those comes out. I'm not sure which one. It'll come out if it needs to. No. Yeah. Okay, I can see that. 7 of Swords there. Don't panic. All right, so tell me about the moon here. I mean, beyond the obvious, with the moon here, I think, you know, you have an aura of mystery that people pick up on and enjoy. I think you intrigue people right off the bat. So, but tell me more about this moon card here. Spirit, we have a 5 of Cups again. I wonder if you'd have like a wistful sort of energy. Goodness. Death card again. The moon, the strength, the lovers, the death. Like that. Okay. The Justice. And another death card. See? Duplicates abound. And what's that here? The Judgment. Yeah, you have big energy. Group 4. What do we have? Page of Cups here at the bottom. All right. So, strangers. Scorpio, 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 Libra, Gemini, Leo, Pisces, Cancer. Whew. All right. So yeah, we talked a little bit about this. I think strangers do, they don't really know what to make of you. You do have, again, with this all this Scorpio energy here as well, a very mysterious presence that I think it intrigues people for sure. Um, with this Five of Cups, again, for me, this is wistful energy, but because it's Gatsby, I think you do come across as someone who is very successful, someone who has everything that most people would want. Again, Gatsby throws good parties, so that might be something that people just know about you, that you throw good parties because you like a good party. But with the wistful energy, I think you might have a little hint of the ethereal about you, of someone who is kind of keeping their eye on something, an energy or something that's just outside of their reach, just out of their reach, but like it's like you can sense, strangers sense from you that there is something, there's just a little bit of something that you want that you don't think you can have, that in a way brings you down to earth, I think, for people who know you as a successful person, that but that you're still looking for something. Maybe that's it, that you have this energy of someone who is seeking for something out of reach. With the Strength card, strength is usually a balance of kind of physical, outward strength and inner strength. In this one, they've chosen to use the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde to illustrate that duality. So, again, we've seen the Death card before in your romantic relationships section, and we talked a little bit about what that can look like. So I think it's possible that you show up very much in pillar of the community, but I wonder if there are people who you run into who don't suspect that you have this kind of darker personal life, not in a not in like a bad way, just in a, I think you might be giving off spicier energy than you might be aware of. But it's intriguing. Again, people are intrigued by you. You are mysterious. With all of this Death card energy, I do think that people see you as someone who has a transformative energy. Whether that's in your community and people have seen the changes that you have made in intangible ways, or if they are just picking up on the fact that you do transform. Maybe if you've lived in the same area for a long time, it's possible that people you don't know very well have seen you become a new sort of person than who they once knew you to be. Small towns, in particular are are good about clocking all of your any changes that happen to anybody. With this lover's energy clarified by the justice. So justice can talk about, legal contracts and stuff like that. This is Libra. Yeah. Energy, but with the lovers and the justice, there is probably, if you are in a committed relationship, I would say that that is a prominent aspect of your public persona. There's something else here. I do think with the justice that people see you as someone who is very fair, who knows how to approach things in ways that are mutually beneficial for everyone involved, that in ways that serve society and not just yourself. But yeah, I do think you have this energy of someone with a very rich private life. Like I'm sure people, even with this Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing, I think the duality between your public facing self and your private self is very public, very apparent. Um, and not in a way that they know what's going on, but just in a way that you give off this energy that there is a whole part of you that no one knows about. And this intrigues people. It is what attracts people to you, is that they're looking, they want to know, it's like people really want to know who you are in private, in a way that's like not even just nosy people. I mean, like, we're all nosy or we wouldn't be watching tarot, to get more details that are not immediately apparent. So I'm not going to apologize for that, but I think people look at you and can sense that there are depths of you to you that they're not aware of. The Seven of Quills here could just be, so Seven of Swords is often considered a sneaky energy, a deceptive energy. And I don't think, I really just think this is kind of going along with all of the rest of it. I think this is, people see that you move strategically, so they can tell that you have mental depths, but I think they also, like we've been saying, sense that all that. Okay, so we had all that Aquarius energy with the star clarified by the star, as far as what your colleagues love about you. I saw, somebody said once that the parallel lines of Aquarius, the symbol for Aquarius is two wavy parallel lines, were two aspects of an Aquarian person, was that their public life was one line and their private life was the other, and they were never going to intersect. And I kind of feel like that's you. Like, I think that's one of the things that the Aquarians that I have known have struggled with a little bit is that people assume that they are shallow because of that they're only seeing the public aspect. When really there's a lot going on under the surface. And so this whole spread is really giving that for me. It's just that whereas a lot of Aquarians have such shiny exteriors that most people don't look further, I think that there is something more scorpionic in your energy, even with the judgment here. That there is something that hints to people about the depths, even though nothing on the surface would be revealing that. With the judgment card, um, for what strangers love about you. Because, like I say, this is all positive. This is not like there's a lot of heavy energy here, but it's not heavy in a repellent way. It's it's heavy in an attractive way. Like this is we've said, I think, throughout your reading that people are intrigued by you, that they want to understand you better. So, okay, so the judgment card. I wasn't sure about this card for your reading, but it did want to come out. And so I don't think this isn't saying that you are a judgmental person. I think people see you though as a discerning person. So generally the judgment card is like kind of like the Christian judgment day energy. It's karmic justice. It's it's in a different way from justice. Justice is earthly justice. Judgment is divine justice. And so I think with all of that um, big picture thinking energy, that you have a discernment that strangers notice, that your perspective allows you to make really clear decisions that aren't always easy. Right? We did see at the beginning a couple of ones for your own energy check and for your friends and family energy check that you don't stay stuck, but you do get into these things where you feel like you might. This ability to discern is what gets you out of it. This is what the public sees. They just see you consistently making good decisions that keep you moving. And I think that they see, yeah, whether you know it or not, I think you're very tapped in to your intuition, and that helps you to get yourself out of those spots where you do feel stuck and trapped and where you do have to make hard decisions. This discernment is kind of your that's what I'm getting from this card. It's not the standard reading of the judgment card, but it's like you have divine guidance that helps you make decisions, even if you wouldn't put it that way. You're that bigger picture thinking that can look like a god complex um, at times, but it allows you to make choices that are just and right and fair that maybe don't always look at from the earthly perspective. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what's coming through. Hmm. Anything else here, Spirit, for what group fours, what strangers, acquaintances, parasocial relationships love about group four? I think that's it. So, wow, I really enjoyed your reading. Thank you for letting me read for you today. Um, it was, yeah, I really enjoyed reading for you. I've enjoyed this whole reading, actually, has just been wonderful. So, I want to thank you for sharing your energy with me, for sharing your time with me, for all of the things. If this was good, if you enjoyed this reading, I would love it if you could let me know by liking, commenting if that feels right to you, subscribing so you get more of these. I am building the channel slowly but surely. This is my first video with a actual camera, and we went super in depth today, which I actually enjoyed. And so hopefully we'll be able to do some more of these really in depth readings. But yeah, um, so yeah, any feedback you have would be great. We are trying to build a channel, and so I would love to hear how I can do better or what I should keep doing. That'd be awesome if I could hear that from you. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day or night wherever you are, and take care. Bye.